If you dream of studying in one of the most vibrant and future-oriented cities, flagship of the purest Italian style, Milan is what you are looking for, the keystone to a successful career. Here you will find a high-level postgraduate education proposal to face the challenges in an ever-changing world. Innovation, promotion of talent, focus on the individual, international outlook and openness to the future. These are the values of IULM Communication School, the business school of the International University of Languages and Media, IULM. More than 30 masters and executive courses to offer the best training, 4 main areas of study. Media, languages and cinema, art, design, food and tourism, brand communication and sales management, social media and digital transformation. More than 10 international study tours to experience a real professional environment. 600 students per year, 80% of placements, and more than 60 global partnerships. These figures guarantee a high-end and international professional background. Start your career in Milan. Choose your future. Choose IULM.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome from Università IULM, welcome from the International Communication School, and also welcome from this room where I hope next year some of you will be sitting, attending one of the 9 masters that are going to be presented in a few minutes. Let me say, introducing what's going to be done in the next few hours, that today for us is an important day. It's an important day because we are going to present 9 master courses that are taught in English, that therefore are open to the world, on which we have been working for quite a few years now. So we are really happy to be able to present this set of masters. My job, my duty today is just to say a few words about what's going on here at this school, at this university. And let me say that I will try to speak about basically a word that most of you, I bet, have found going through the titles of the 9 masters that are going to be presented, and that a word which is inside the name of the school. International Communication School, so the word communication. The masters that are going to be presented deal with very different issues and with the competencies that are needed to work in very different sectors, from hospitality to retailing, from fashion to even museums. But there is a fil rouge, a common thread that runs through these different courses. And the common thread is the importance that is assigned to the word communication, to the role that communication has today in the different markets to which the masters refer. Communication has always been important, that's for sure. And if you think about another word that you are going to encounter, and you are expected to encounter many times in these masters, the word is marketing. And if you think about what marketing means, means what? Means what is needed to build and to nurture relationships between a company and his own market, or if you prefer, if you want to be more general, between our organization, even an individual, and the market, the partners to which they refer. Communication has been always central to business, always very important, basic to business, but it has changed a lot. When I attended to my master many years ago, when one was speaking about communication, one was immediately thinking about broadcasting. Broadcasting is a word that by now is almost forgotten. It's forgotten because it was totally different, the setting was totally different from what is now. Now communication is dominated by not one way communication mechanism, but two ways communication mechanism, social networks and everything that happens in the web. It is a totally different setting. It is an immersive context. It is a conversation that goes on 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. This is the new environment, and in these new environments, communication, generally speaking, is far more important. I'm sure you all know the famous 4 Ps of the marketing mix: product, price, place, and promotion. Well, think about what they are now, and you realize that all these Ps now are dominated by communication. When you say a product, and you speak about launching new products or differentiating existing products that are already in your portfolio to different targets, what kind of information do you use? You use the information that you get from this conversation 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Then you speak about pricing, and you speak often about dynamic pricing. What it means, dynamic pricing? It means that you can change prices almost continuously in real time because you have a flow of information, because you can communicate continuously with your market. And again, if you think about promotion and place, where place is stores, physical or virtual, doesn't matter, you immediately realize that in the actual context today, they are almost the same thing. All the touch points that exist, that can be used by a company, by an organization, and connect the organization with its own clients, all these points are immediately selling places and communication places. So communication is really paramount, is redefining the way business is done today. And at this university, at IULM, and at this school, International Communication School, which is basically our business school, we centered our competencies on the issues around the word communication. We thought this was a fruitful pivot to understand both what's going on, the changes that are going on in the different industries, and more generally in how management is changing. So this is as much as I want to say as an introduction. I will not take more time from the presentation of the 9 masters that are beginning right now. Let me just again welcome you to IULM, welcome you to International Communication School, and hope again to find next year some of you sitting in this room. Why not with me?
coordinator of the master, and I would be happy to answer any question you may have at the end. So now I'm going to share the presentation with you. Okay, just a second. Here it is. Here we go. I'm always thrilled about presenting the Master in International Marketing and Sales Communication, which arrived to its 4th edition. And I'm thrilled also because I really think this master is very innovative. This is the only master actually that develop complementary marketing, communication, and sales skills for international marketing. You would never find, another master like this, nor in Italy and in Europe. And this is also because we had an intuition a few years ago. Maybe it was a bit risky, but at the end, the market and the society went in the direction we forecasted, and this is the main reason for the big success of this master during the first 3 years. The intuitions we had can be summarized into these 3 main points. First of all, future developments will take place in global markets. You are international students, but whatever country you can think about, many companies think that their own market is a bit mature, so they really need to go abroad to reach new customer segments. And with this digitalization, this process has been dramatically accelerated. I mean, if you are an Italian company and you want to sell to India, so now you have also marketplace that will allow you to do that. So somehow the physical barriers, many physical barriers are not existing anymore. The second insight, I think it's really evident that there is an increasing complexity surrounding each of us. And after COVID, this is even more evident. Why does it matter? Because if what we have around is complex, if markets are complex, if there is uncertainty and things change very rapidly, then developing, a narrow view maybe is not any more successful as in the past. This is why, as I will explain you better, we really care about developing integrated competencies in the areas of management. And third, this is a master in international marketing, and we state, and we are quite sure about that traditional marketing approaches do not work anymore. Okay, the discipline has changed very much. If you want to become a marketing manager, maybe you are not going to work in the marketing department anymore, because this function, this role is much more widespread in other areas, which could be communication and sales. And we really position our master in these new areas where more and more companies are looking for people that have this type of skills. This is why, by attending our master, you will develop transversal skills. Now everyone is talking about transversal skills, but we started to do that 5 years ago. So we are much more advanced now. We practice it a lot. And in particularly, you will learn how to become a professional in international marketing and sales communication. You will learn how to develop relational-based, customer-centric strategies, but not only in a physical environment, like, for instance, when you develop a relationship with other companies or in a retail context, but also mediated by digital technology, because you develop a relationship also in a digital environment. And you will learn how to adapt marketing and sales approach to different cultures. This is why there's the master of in international marketing, okay? We have a worldwide perspective, but we know that there are many differences doing business in one country or in another country, and we should take it seriously into consideration. Since our master developed transversal skill, you will be allowed to access many different career paths. For sure, you could become, the traditional one are international marketing manager, brand manager, communication and sales manager, of course. But there are new professions coming up. This profession could be summarized into, the sales and marketing manager, customer experience manager, customer success manager, and more and more companies, just to make it very simple, they are joining the marketing and sales department. And think, when you are you become a customer success manager, at the end, what is this about? It's about marketing, it's about sales, or it's about communication? Maybe it's about both of them, because when you put your customer at the center, and this is customer centricity, you maybe have learned, developing a relationship implies to integrate all these aspects. Even the World Economic Forum develop periodically this jobs report, and you can see that growth manager is about the most developed profession, and even in sales, it's not only the account manager, but is the customer success specialist. And this is just confirm what I was telling you before. Our master is made up, I will explain you better later, but is made up of a first period where you will follow classes for 5 months, and then an internship will start. Fortunately, we have 100% of employment, so all our students found a job, and we are in charge for this process. What I want just to show you is that there is a huge variety of companies where they are employed, and we really care about the individual need. So, it often happens that the students, before starting the master, he think he want to work in a certain industry, but at the end, during the learning process, he experienced so many contexts, companies, people, that it could be totally change his mind. So some students prefer to go to work in a company and make a managerial careers. Some other prefer to work in an agency. And this placement also reflect a master that work only in one industry, like, I don't know, fashion, food. We are interdisciplinary. We develop more industry. We want you to see more things because this gives you a lot of agility and the opportunities to move from one industry to another. It's not like 20 years ago. You know, my sister worked in the same industry for 30 years, you know, but now she's 60. So, I mean, people change, people moves. Okay, so we don't want you to be stuck now. You are too young to get stuck in one industry. We want you to experience many different things. And we will reach this goal through this program. Our master is composed by two modules and 3 laboratories. The first module is about international marketing, so all the aspects of marketing will be developed there, from strategy to branding to trade, retail, and we put a lot of attention also to sustainability and corporate reputation. Then the international sales communication module will start, and of course it's very much about the communication, both strategic, but also you will really learn how to be effective in a relational perspective. And we also try to be a bit innovative in this module, so you will have a chance to learn about something that is very new, so about selling and neuroscience. And then the 3 laboratories will follow, soft skill laboratories. I mean, because your success will not only depend on what you know and what you learn, but very much on your attitude. So we want to work on that. Digital marketing, we expanded the digital area more and more after COVID, because if you want to become a marketing expert, I mean, you cannot really avoid this type of knowledge. And as I said before, the cross-cultural laboratory. But this is not only about that, so part of the program will take place abroad. You will have a chance to spend 2 weeks in Lisbon, in a vibrant city of Lisbon, and so attending our study tour. It includes different experience. The students, you know, they did it 1 month ago, the students from this edition, and the main pillar of the experience relate to university, in particular 2 business partners of IULM, IPAM, that is a university very much in the area of international marketing, and IADE is more about communication and design. But not only, we also visited the Catholic Business School and a very innovative, a very innovative one, the Nova Business School. These are just some picture of our students. So as you can imagine, it was really amazing, and not only for the learning aspect, but very much also for the social aspect. We had the chance there to meet many companies. This is really, you know, core for our master, be in contact with the real business. We have done it in Portugal too. So we met companies from many industries, and especially technological hub. The students were really in love for the Casa do Impacto, for instance, which is an incubator of startups all in the area of sustainability. So we want to go back there and spend even more days, because it was really great for them. And you will also have a chance to make a retail visual tour that is not about going shopping. Okay, you will also at a certain point go shopping if you want, but it's about evaluating the adaptation of a retail store in a different country, and especially between Italy and Portugal. But it will be not random, just I go there and I evaluate. You will have a specific brief by a company that is specialized in this area, a French company, Diani Riva. These are all the companies that are a partner of our master. And you can see that are from service, B2B, Salesforce is our main partner. And I don't know if you ever heard about it, but it's one of the most innovative company worldwide. These are the companies that have a formal contract with us, but there are many, much more that attend our classes, they give classes, and they offer internship. Another fundamental pillar of the master is about project work. Look, this is a specialistic master. So after the master, I mean, you go to work, because we really practice your ability to solve problems in real life. And we do that thanks to the support of many companies that will give you real brief, real problem, and ask to develop some, could be marketing, retail, communication, a very heterogeneous product. And you start to work on project from the first day. More or less every year we develop 7-8 projects, no stop. You never stop. Brief, and after 3 weeks presentation, and then immediately it starts another one. I'm saying that I'm not saying that it is easy. It could be even stressful, but you learn so much. I remember a few days ago, a manager from a very important company, she said, you can really see that these students, have done practical experiences. So we don't want your learning to be only theoretical. This is why the classes will be divided in this way. In the morning, there are classes from professor, from manager, and in the afternoon, you only work on a project, and you will be very engaged in that, even because some projects also have a scholarship. So if your team win the project and the company decided that you made the best presentations on, you will get some money to share with your colleagues, of course, but it's a very important incentive. Like I said before, heterogeneous project. So Haribo, I'm sure it's about sweets, but Kantar is a data-driven company. In YEG, we had the opportunity to develop the parfums that can be associated to certain brands. And as you can see in this picture, the Muses, the European Academy of Essences, the students went there, they stayed there one entire day, and they really created the fragrances, they created the perfume, not only projected. So this was about sensorial marketing, and it was very innovative. We try to be innovative because this is also in the nature of the university, and in my nature as a director, I really give this imprinting. If you want to know more about our master, you can follow our profile on LinkedIn, and in general terms, many companies are appreciating the work the students have done, and this is why they are employing them. And so we say that we are creating a relational platform. These are the students from the first edition, and we are still in contact with them. So for instance, these students, I don't know if you see where, but she just brought an email yesterday, and she said, I'm going to conclude my experience in BMW, it's a big company. So now we are going to support her to find a new job. This is our idea of a relational platform that develop over time. It's not only about you did a master and goodbye. No, that's not our idea. And these are the students from the second edition, and you can see they all dress masks. Even in the third edition, now not, fortunately. Again, this is the class this year. 30 students is the maximum number we can accept. Last year, we cannot enroll all the students that applied because 30 is our maximum. You can see the composition of our class, and it is heterogeneous, and we love that because it's very good for students not to confront, to have different backgrounds. As a last, I would like to let you know that the Master in International Marketing and Sales Communication is part of a broader research center in the same area. So we develop researches with the companies, and we do much academic and practical activities in this area. So it's like that there is a worthy reciprocal relationship between the master and the research center, a great synergy. I will go quickly because we'll lose a few minutes at the beginning. We are also, I'm a professor. Yeah, I'm not introduced myself. Sorry about that. I'm a professor of marketing at IULM University. And I'm involved in business practice, but very much on the research. Fortunately, our research have an impact. They have been published in many different journals. This is an example of a topic on which we are leader, sales transformation. We are the ones inventing this concept, which has been published now on many top-ranked journals. And I'm telling that to you because if you follow the master, you will have the unique chance to receive a certification about this model, because I am the one developing the model. So, and this is important to, to complete your CV, to differentiate your CV in a plethora of similar ones, showing, okay, I have this certification, I can reapply what I learned with this model in the company. Company really appreciate this. And I say that's it. If you want to join us, we are going to start in February 2023, but it's good that you start applying soon. The language, as I said, is English. And the master overall, it lasts 1 year between classes, study tour, and internship. We are a team of person. I can never do that alone. So now maybe there are just 1 minute to introduce Alessandro Detto, and who is the coordinator of the master, because I think we have to leave space to question.
Thank you, Professor Saccorsaro. I will be very short, just introduce myself. Good morning, everyone. As mentioned by Professor Saccorsaro, I'm Master Coordinator, but in the real life, in the real world, I'm a professional which is helping a company on leveraging a better reputation in order to increase their stakeholder engagement. So, and I have this opportunity in some sort of way to be part of many different national, international, and global company strategies with high-level C relationship and be part of leadership team. So I have knowledge of different strategy by industry, by company, and that's my basically role into the market is 3 things. One is introducing the corporate reputation topic to you in order you to appreciate how reputation is relevant into the strategy of the company. The second piece of the role will be supporting you in approaching the project work in a strategic way in order to be effective in the work you have to do and be relevant for the company that will assign you the work. And the third, which I think is most important, is supporting you on coaching on your evolution within the master to be a professional of tomorrow, focusing only on what the company are looking for today, what they maybe need for tomorrow, and how you can, let's say, be a key player in the company of tomorrow, using and leveraging what you have done into the master. I do strongly believe, and then I will close, I do strongly believe that this master has a unique approach, which is, of course, including an interdisciplinary approach with sales, marketing, and communication. This is very, very innovative. This is something that even in the company today is not developed. We are bringing people in with this mindset, with this attitude, and this is very, very important. That's the feedback that we are receiving from the company. But the other unique elements is the fact that the representation of the company within this master is very huge. Just to give you a number, we had around 70 different companies that play a game during your 5 months of lessons. So means that you will touch the reality every day. You will play a key role in the company strategy when you will do your project work. This is the master. This is what I am and why I'm including in the master. So I'm here for potential any other question you have, and good luck everyone for your future. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandro.
So thank you both. I will leave a message on YouTube with the mail address of the master just to ask further question. You can write directly to the coordinators. And then I will introduce my colleague from International Recruitment Office, Ginevra. She will present the 2 years master in strategic communication and hospitality and tourism management. Ginevra, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mirko, for giving me the floor. Now I'm going to share my screen so we can start with the presentation. All right. So, as Mirko said, I'm here to present you the 2-year master's degree that we offer at Università IULM. And I'd like to underline the main differences that there are between 2-year master's and 1-year master's degrees. First of all, the structure is slightly different because you will have 3 semesters of lecture and 1 semester where you can choose to work on your thesis or to go abroad, for example, to do your final exams and to work on your final project work. Also, with 2-year masters, you can attend a PhD. Might you be interested in this opportunity? It's just a matter of credits, because with 2-year master's degrees, you will have enough credit to join a PhD. So these are the main differences, and we will see later on in my presentation all the key features of our masters. Also, I'm telling you that I was a former student here at IULM. I graduated last year in March 2021. And now I'm going to show you some data that show how the students react to our university. So I think that the most important piece of data is that 78% of graduates from our masters are able to find a job after 1 year of the graduation, compared to a national average of 68% overall. And this survey was managed by Alma Laura, and that is on the Italian consortium that work for with Italian graduates. So, and it was carried out in 2020. Now, going forward, we can see that 93% of students are satisfied with the quality of, and efficiency of the teaching staff here at Università IULM, while 94% are both satisfied with study loan and study plan and with the experience of Università IULM overall. And 97% of students are happy with the quality of campus facilities, infrastructures, and services. And as I was a former student, I totally agree with this data. Now, I'm going to show you very quickly our campus because I think that it's very beautiful and it's worth seeing. So first of all, we are very close to the city center of Milan. So you can move around the city and we are very well connected because we have a dedicated subway station right in front of the university. Also, we have, all the buildings of the campus are located in the same area, so it's very easy to walk from a building to another. We have 3 cafeterias, 1 canteen on campus, 1 public park, the gym that is right in front of me, actually, and it's brand new because we inaugurated it in October 2021. And I'm going to show you some pictures right now. Okay, this is all the campus. As you can see, this is the main building where our offices are located in the 4th and the 5th floor. And here you can find all the services that you need. All the offices are located here. This is the most important building, I would say. Then this is the cafeteria, the canteen, actually, which I think it's very beautiful. Now, let's move forward. This is the public park, which is in the center of the campus. And you can also see a sneak peek of our on-campus residence. This is the gym, the IULM Fitness Center. And I really like this picture because it shows how our lectures are here at IULM. And I think that you can understand how important it is for us that students actually take an active part in the lecture. And this was taken before COVID. During COVID, of course, the situation changed a bit, but now the situation is improving and the restrictions are lifting. So we really hope that this will be our normality again, I would say. Okay, and this is the last picture. This is the entrance of our last building, IULM 6, and also the entrance of our auditorium, which is one of the biggest in the city of Milan. All right, now let's have a look of our master's degrees. As you can see, we have in this slide 2 boxes, the English taught masters and the Italian taught masters. For what concerns the masters in English, we have strategic communication and hospitality and tourism management. And we will see in depth what these courses are in a couple of minutes. Now, for what concerns the Italian taught programs, we have, our university is divided into 3 different faculties: the Faculty of Communication, which is the most important one, the Faculty of Interpreting and Translation, and the one of Arts and Tourism. So all these courses are part of these 3 different faculties. So the first Italian taught program is the one in Specialized Translation and Conference Interpreting, which is actually the one I graduated from. So I think it was great attending this course. Then we have the course in Television, Cinema, and New Media, Marketing, Consumption, and Communication, Artificial Intelligence for Business and Society, and Art Valorization and Market. Now, let's focus on our English taught courses. We have Strategic Communication, which is a double degree. That means that you can whether choose to stay 2 years here in Milan, or to spend 1 year in Milan and the second year abroad. We have 3 different partners universities. 2 are located in the UK, which are the University of Huddersfield and the Cardiff Metropolitan University. And the other university is located in Australia, which is the Western Australia University. So, as I was saying, the first year is here in Milan, and it's more focused on management, and it is in common for everybody. Then for the second year, you can choose to go abroad or to stay here. And here we offer 2 different curricula. One is in corporate and marketing communication, and the other one is in sustainability communication. So you will have the chance to choose with respect to your future plans or your needs. And well, this course, it's very innovative, I would say, because it constantly changes and evolves, because we have an advisory board that it's composed by all the experts that work in the field of strategic communication and that work in our partner companies. And at the beginning, when the course first started, these people that are in the advisory board actually decided the guidelines of the course, which means that they, we take inspiration from what they said, because we wanted to create a course that is useful for what the job market is actually looking for and needed. So, of course, the course evolves because the job market evolves itself. So we modify the course according to the needs of the job market. Also, I forgot to tell you that if you choose to stay in Milan in your second year, you do not have to give up on your international plans, because in your second semester of your second year, you can choose to do an Erasmus, for example, because we are an Erasmus university, or spend a semester abroad doing an internship abroad. We have a lot of partners, companies, not only in Italy, but also, of course, in European and non-European countries. And or you can choose to focus on your thesis or on your project work and your final exams. So, well, this was pretty much it. Of course, if you have some questions about the course, you can write them in the chat, and we will I will answer to your questions after the presentation. Now, moving into hospitality and tourism management. Also, this course is a double degree. So, same as strategic communication, you can choose to stay in Milan for 2 years or to go abroad. In this case, we have a partnership with UCF, University of Central Florida. More specifically, you will attend, if you choose to go abroad, the Rosen College of Hospitality Management. And otherwise, you will stay the 2 years in Milan. And this course, well, you can customize even more this course, because we have these 2 curricula, again, which are digital technology and data for tourism, and sustainable destination management and communication. But as you can see in the slide, we have very specific exams, like, for example, theme park management or e-tourism technology, which will be the future of the industry. Also, in this case, you can decide to spend a semester abroad, or while doing an internship, or going to the Erasmus program. And well, yes, that's it. The first year is in common for everybody. All right, now let's move. Okay, those are the admission requirements. For 2-year masters, it's mandatory to have a bachelor's degree, and it's better if this bachelor's it's related to the main core of the master's. So it is required also a good knowledge of the topics that are related to your chosen program. And it's also mandatory to possess the B2 proficiency level of the language of the course. So English for English programs and Italian for Italian programs. Let's move forward. All right. This is the admission intake that, as you can see, it's slightly different from the one-year master's that we saw before, because we have only one yearly intake and lessons generally starts by the end of September. And applications for long-end programs are open from November until May. For this academic year, we have already closed applications for most of our courses, apart from hospitality and tourism management, that we still have places available. And so for next academic year, if you're interested, you can upload your application on our dedicated platform, starting from November 2022 until May 2023. And here in the slide, you can see how more or less the two-year masters are divided, like their structures. You will start in September until December. Then you will have the first exam session from January to February. Then the second semester from February to April. And the second exam session in May and June. And then the last exam session of the year from August to September. Right. Okay, those are the tuition fees for two-year masters, because ULM is a private non-for-profit university, which means that students whose income is produced abroad have to pay flat rate, which is 9,956 euros per academic year. And you should pay it divided into 3 different installments. The first one is due while you enroll. The second one is due in December, so before Christmas. And the second one is due in March. Of course, we do offer a lot of financial aid opportunities, like, for example, for the course in hospitality and tourism management, the one that still have places available. We offer up to 100% tuition fee reduction, and which is entirely based on merit, so on your final bachelor's course. And that should be equivalent to 95 up to 110 in the Italian system. But don't worry about it, because once you upload your documents, we will convert your final grade into our system. So you don't have to worry about numbers. And for the other course that we offer in English, strategic communication, we offer 50% tuition reduction for the first year, and which is based on merit as well. And you should reach from 80 and above out of 110 in order to be eligible for this scholarship. Also, you can apply for regional scholarships, but that would be a great plus, because you will not know until November, so after the beginning of the lessons, if you got the scholarship or not. Since it's managed by Lombardy, the region where Milan is located, we will have the results at the same moment as you, so in November. All right. We also offer accommodation on campus. As we saw before in the picture, we have 2 different residences here at ULM, but for this academic year 22-23, we already ran out of all the places available, unfortunately. But for next academic year 23-24, we still have, of course, places available, and you can apply for a special rate of 300 euros per month. And if you're interested in applying, you just have to send us an email, and we will see our contacts like in a couple of seconds. And also, we collaborate with different house providers. So if you're not interested in the residence, you can try to contact, for example, Spot a Home and Milan Housing, that will help you find a place nearby the university. All right. Thank you very much. This was pretty much everything. Those are our contacts. You can write us via email at admission@iulm.it or via WhatsApp. And this one, apply.iulm.it, is our dedicated platform where you can upload your documents in case you're interested in our masters. And now I'm going to stop the screen sharing, and if you have questions, I will be more than happy to answer to you all. All right. Okay, I don't see any questions in the chat right now, but just in case. Anyway, if you think of anything, you can send us an email via admission@iulm.it, and we will be more than happy to answer to all of your questions.
So thank you, Ginevra. I think we can close your presentation here. I wrote the address, your email address on the chat.
Thank you.
If someone is interested in contact you, there is the email address. And we will see here in a few minutes with the presentation in International Tourism and Hospitality Master's degree. Thank you,
Thank
Ginevra.
you very much. Bye.
Welcome again. Now we will start with the presentation of the one-year master's degree in international tourism and hospitality. It will be presented by Professor De Carlo, which is the scientific director of the master, and you will also have Mrs. Silvia Casati, which is the academic coordinator, and Andrea Segato, which is the tutor of the master. Professor De Carlo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mirko. Hello, everybody. So Manuela De Carlo, I'm the director of this master, and here you can see in the next slide the team of the master in international tourism and hospitality. Silvia Casati is the coordinator. Andrea Segato is the tutor, and he is also in charge of organizing all the internship in collaboration with the career service at IULM. And both Silvia and Andrea have attended the master meet in 2018 and 2019, so are alumni of the master. And then you can see also Claudia Ancelotti, she's part of the team. She's responsible for the social media communication and promotion of the master. So in the next slide, you can find a brief overview of our program. It is an intensive program consisting of a 6 months classroom in Milan in IULM from February to July, full-time Monday through Friday, and a tailor-made internship, 6 months internship in our partner companies as a fast track to launch your career in tourism. Those internships are really customized, well designed by the team of the master, and are the last mile to enter and to start a career in tourism. I would also say that MIT prepares students to take on managerial roles in the main sectors of the tourism industry: hospitality, tour operating, online agency, transport, cruise, but also destination management, but also events, in very different functions, because we are alumni that are managers in marketing, in revenue management, human resources, and operations. So a very wide field of placement. Another word about the requirement. You need a bachelor degree in any discipline, so no problem if you come from a humanistic background or another kind of background. The master prepare you for a career in hospitality and tourism management, but the bachelor is a requirement, an important requirement, and also a good level of English, because all the program will be in English. So, Silvia, you can go to the next slide. Just a few words before we go on to describe the course, just a few words to explain why IULM is an interesting place to specialize in hospitality and tourism. An ideal place, I would say, to specialize in this topic. IULM is a young, dynamic university with a strong specialization in 3 areas: interpreting and translation, communication and new media, and art and tourism. And this multidisciplinary focus on languages, communication, and art, all strongly linked to tourism, is really an important plus and quite unique in the European context. Next slide. IULM is also a leading university for education in hospitality and tourism. Over the past 20 years, IULM and its partner companies have invested heavily in program innovation in tourism, with the goal of responding to the broader transformation of this industry. 20 years ago, IULM launched the first bachelor in tourism in Italy, following the reform of the university program. In 2004, we launched the master in international tourism and hospitality, so this master, and it was the first university master completely in English on this topic in Italy. And 4 years ago, we started, as IULM, the first 2-year master, laurea magistrale in Italy, with an hospitality school, the Rosen College of Hospitality Management. So really a strong investment in the last 20 years on the education on this topic, hospitality and tourism. It's also important to say that these numerous training programs are further complemented by a very intense research activities on the topic of destination management, hospitality management, and so on. Now, let's focus on the Master in International Tourism and Hospitality. The MIT program was created 18 years ago with the goal of training highly motivated individuals and introducing rapidly them into company in different sectors, as I said before, in this industry. There are three characteristics and strengths of the program. First, a very international experience. Second, a very strong close collaboration with companies, leading companies in these sectors. And third, a very active learning approach. Concerning the international experience, as MIT students, you will become part of an international network of alumni that, as you can see in the slide, work in different sectors of tourism all over the world. We have strong contact with many of our former students that are really advancing in their careers and become leaders in their field. So this is really an important value that you can have becoming part of the network of these alumni. The Master for them was really the opportunity to discover interests, attitudes that they never even imagined they had before starting the program. So we have many stories to tell you about that. So I invite you to have a look to our website where you can find some stories, some statements from our students, former students. The second element, very important, is the strong collaboration with company in the sector. Over the past 18 years, IULM has collaborated with the major company in the sector. You can see here some of them. And we designed together our programs to be sure that they are in line with the expectations of the company. We have supported our company in the training of the most sought-after professional profiles, especially those that are difficult to find in the job market. Leading company like Costa Crociere, Accor, Amadeus in the digital solution sector, IM Group in the MICE industry have been our partner from the very beginning of the program. This year, now if you can stay on this slide, on the previous slide, this year, World Leading Hotel Group Accor included IULM in the top 10 partner university in Southern Europe. We are the only Italian university in a network of excellent universities at European level. This is really a wonderful recognition and is leading us to further intensify our collaboration with the Accor Group worldwide that began in 2005, so many years ago. Let's move to the third characteristic and strong point of the program, which is a very active learning approach. The learning approach is very hands-on. Students experiment with a very active learning style based on case discussion, business game, simulation. They often have the privilege of discussing strategy issues with key people from the company of the sector, skilled professionals who share their wisdom and know-how directly with the students in a teaching context, so in a situation where we can discuss, where we can meet each other, so it's very important. Students certainly gain experience in working under pressure, They have strict deadlines, and they are actively involved in experiences that closely match an authentic working environment. So this kind of learning method really helps students to develop the key skills that are increasingly sought after by company, especially now with the major changes taking place in tourism. Think of the digitization and the strong focus on sustainability. So these kind of skills are so important in a fast changing situation. Okay. Now, just a few words to understand a little bit how your time will be spent within the master if you decide to apply. You will be engaged full time, as I told before, for 5 months, Monday through Friday. We have over 500 classroom hours, entirely taught in English. Probably at the end of the program, we will ask you to interact a little bit in Italian, which is also part of for the international students, also part of our training, no? to become familiar with the Italian culture and languages. So you will have time to also to develop the skills if you want. If you go to the next slide, we can see the teachers. Our goal is to teach the best management practice. So to achieve this goal in the faculties, in addition to our young professor, it's important to involve colleagues from International Excellent Research Center on Tourism and Hospitality, but also senior managers and consultants who work together in productive synergy. The collaboration between academics and practitioners is really a unique, strong point of this master. It's not easy to build, it's not easy to design, but is really an important value added. In the same module, you will meet professors from Internationally Excellent Research Center, such, for example, Barbara Neuhofer from Salzburg University, an expert of experience design, and Robert Govers, an expert of place branding from Rotterdam, but also professionals from leading tourist company or entrepreneur. So this mix is very, very, very interesting, very rich, and we renew every year this collaboration with this professional and with these managers. In addition, you will have here you can see the structure of the program. When students are enrolled, they receive a link to take some online pre-courses that are available on the IULM community. This is an important point, and this is the reason why we suggest to do the application early and to start this work before February, so in the next few months, because you have time, you have some time to enter on these online courses and to build your basis, no, on some basic concepts. The online courses are intended to give students some basic knowledge that will be very helpful in attending the master courses in February. So, for example, you have a basic course in budget analysis, performance analysis, a basic course on the essential use of Excel. Another context very useful for students with humanities or other non-business backgrounds to approach the tourism and hospitality management courses and quickly acquire all the skills necessary to start a career in this field. So my suggestion is to attend these online courses and prepare yourself before the kickoff of the master in February. From the end of February to May, we have the functional courses that focus on acquiring the skills, the models, the tools necessary for your professional future, but also identifying the professional fields that interest you most for your internship and for your career. You have functional courses on hospitality management, human resources, financial analysis, digital technology, which is a very very rich and large course with digital marketing, online distribution, revenue management, experience design, data analytics for tourism and hospitality. So very, very important. And then the destination management sustainability module. If you go to the program also includes a study tour in Dubai, Abu Dhabi. And in June, students have the possibility to choose one of the out of 3 specialization courses. One is on revenue management, the second is on luxury marketing client experience, and then the third is on theme parks and attraction management. As part of each specialization, students are required to carry out a full-time online is in presence. All the courses this year were in presence, and this is the program also for next year. A full-time 1 month consultancy project to put everything they have learned into play. So they are very interesting field project designed with our partner companies, and it's a very useful opportunity of, as I told you, put in place all the instruments, the models, the criteria that you have learned during the specialization in a very concrete context and on topics that are really relevant for the companies. And finally, let me tell you something about a very special addition in the program this year. If you go to the coaching service, this year, for the first time, we offered each student a coaching service to increase the awareness of individual talents and focus on realistic and motivating professional goals, and also to support students in the choice of the internship and the future career. This coaching service is based on lectures, individual interviews with a professional coach, and has been very, very much appreciated by our students, and I would say also very useful for us as a team to design and to work on the internship and on the placement. Okay, if you go to the next slide, then I leave the floor to Andrea and Silvia to add something. Here you have some pictures of significant experiences during the master. The many meetings with entrepreneurs and managers of the most interesting company in the industry, and the company visits add a great value to the meet experience. Here you can see some examples. They are really important opportunity for students to choose the type of internship they want to do, and also get acquainted with the specific companies and build their own professional network by establishing personal contact with the senior managers of very interesting companies. In each course, students get involved in projects on topics that are relevant to business. Sometimes these are projects commissioned by companies, so student findings are discussed with managers and entrepreneurs in the industry and bring real value to companies. Here, the study tour. During the Dubai study tour, students have the opportunity to learn about one of the most interesting and dynamic destinations in the world, Dubai and Abu Dhabi. The purpose is to understand the development model that has led to the success of this destination. Is a quite unique business case, destination case, and students will meet the key players in this development, both government agencies and institutions, as well as businesses, entrepreneurs, managers of companies that are based on Dubai has invested a lot in this destination. Some students then decide to return to Dubai for the internship. And we have every year a small group of students that come back and start the internship in Dubai. The internship is an integral part of the program. With the master teams and the IULM career service, we invest a lot of energy, especially Andrea, in organizing internship projects with partner companies. The internship lasts about 6 months in Italy and abroad, in all sectors of tourism. And here you can see some examples, but I will leave the floor to Andrea to some details. Just another comment on the next slide, and then we go back to the internship. There is the possibility of replacing the internship with a study and work experience in Japan, in Kyoto, with one of our partner university for students that are interested in Japan. And if someone is interested in that, we can give more details later. So now let's hear your questions. But before that, I leave the floor to Andrea and Silvia to add some additional information about the program, the internship, and what you think it's important to do.
Absolutely, thank you. So let me share a couple of insights on how we help the students in being introduced in this highly complex, constantly innovative working environment. Since the very beginning of the master, from February onward, we want to address each student both in a common situation, so sharing the best practices from our point of view and the point of view of all the professionals that you saw during the presentation are related with the master, in understanding, again, best practices on how you look for a proper internship. We do strongly support relationship between each student and the preferred company. We want to match preferences from each profile we are welcoming into class with the needs of the companies. Common situations at the very beginning in order to share the common ground on what we will be working on in the future months. We direct to each student personally, constantly, in order to understand which are their preferences. We keep them we put them in contact with a wide variety of companies. We help connections among our network, previous network, new network as well. We constantly scout for new company, as well as we like to maintain a very positive relationship with the actual companies that are working with us. We are constantly receiving a very nice and positive feedback from all the internships that we sent both in Italy and abroad. I know that it probably could be difficult to have a look at all the names that we shared among this presentation. So my best advice would be to all of the interested ones, first in double checking the website, not only of the master, but generally speaking of IULM, which is very much updated. Of course, IULM.it. There is the section of the master program, MITH, where everything that we are sharing in few minutes will be easily shared. We like to keep it as much updated as possible. Second advice, in order to concretely understand the level, the quality of the profiles we put into the working environment, you'll go into LinkedIn. All of our students, they have quite an extensive experience. You can easily track them by putting throughout the filter the institution where they are coming from, and you can see where they are already, where they are now. You just saw some examples in here. Take into consideration that every year we insert, we input in the working environment 30 very motivated profiles, and we span very widely among many different activities that are related and operators that are related to the tourism industry. The coaching service is not only appreciated by students, but also is helpful both for us, as Professor said, in order to tune even more their knowledge of where they can be more helpful for the companies, and this is a great help as well. Internships are starting at the very end of the lessons, of course. In the slides, it was mentioned July. We can be flexible. We can accept also August and also September in some instances, but we do encourage and we push for a 6-month internship. We know that this is a very acceptable timing for the profile as well as the company in order to have a highly positive experience among both parts. And then again, LinkedIn, our Meet LinkedIn profile is very much updated with the updates on the working environment of both actual profile as well as previous alumni, as well as the Instagram page. There is Claudia, which is keeping it really updated on the several activities, and take into consideration that all the companies, all the names that you can see related to those accounts are companies that we deal with not only for activities in class, but most especially for connection with the working environment and for absorbing our new talents into the job market. I will say that's all for me, Silvia. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. In conclusion, I just want to add that applications are open, so places are limited, and the class is made by a maximum of 30 students. We are already having some selection interviews, so if you're interested, the master team is always available at our email address, that is master.turismo@iulm.it. We are available for chat on Teams or maybe for a call. And if you have any doubt or question, also via email. And deadline for application is on September 14th. So thank you again for joining us for this presentation, and we are free to meet you in person in Milan, and we are looking forward to see you during the master.
Thank you, Silvia, Professor De Carlo, and Andrea. For further inquiry, you can write an email directly to the mail address of the master. I wrote the email address on the chat on YouTube, so you can find easily the email address. And now we will proceed with another master, which is the Master in Digital Communication for Sustainable Luxury and Fashion. And Silvia and Andrea will stay with us, and I leave the floor to the co-director of this master, which is Professor Serena Rovai, together with Professor De Carlo. Professor Rovai, the floor is yours.
Serena, if I can just say a few words to introduce briefly.
Absolutely, yes.
So it's really my pleasure to welcome all of you to this presentation of the first edition of our Master in Digital Communication and Sustainable Luxury and Fashion. And this is a project, a very innovative project, created and developed together with Professor Serena Rovai, Chair and Director of the Brand Luxury Lab, a Center for Global Studies and Operation in Luxury, Globalization and Sustainability at Excelia Business School in La Rochelle. Just a brief introduction to say that this master program was created in response to the need for new skills that company in luxury and made in Italy sector now require, especially after the pandemic. There are new needs in terms of roles, skills, and professionals. These sectors are facing major transformation related above all to digitization and sustainability. And these two factors are profoundly transforming mode of communications, customer relations, and experience building, in many cases that are also determining the emergence of completely new business models in this sector and very innovative startups. So huge transformation. But why specialize in digital communication for sustainable luxury and fashion in IULM? Why IULM? IULM has been a center of excellence in education on communication and new media for more than 2 decades. And in recent years, the university has invested heavily in the luxury and creative industry sector. 4 years ago, IULM launched a bachelor degree on fashion and creative industry. And 3 years ago, IULM started a specialization in luxury marketing client experience within the Master in International Tourism and Hospitality that I presented before. These two programs have been very successful and opened an opportunity to create a very impressive laboratory of innovative content along with several industry experts, both academic and professionals, as well as managers of important companies in fashion design, food, and hospitality. They have all been actively involved in the design, in the implementation of lectures, content, business case, teaching projects. And from this very rich collaboration, we decided to start with this new program, the Master in Digital Communication for Sustainable Luxury and Fashion. I think that it's really a unique program among the many programs on luxury and fashion at international level because of its particular focus on digital and innovative communication, an area of excellence at IULM, and sustainability, really a guiding value of the new trends in luxury. So now I leave the floor to Professor Rovai and then to Silvia, the coordinator, to enter in the program, in the objective. So thank you very much, Serena.
Thank you, Professor De Carlo. I'm going to share my screen. So we already said why to study luxury in IULM, but I will ask to Serena Rovai why to study luxury in general. So I leave the floor.
Thank you very much, Silvia, and thank you to all of you for the participation and to Professor De Carlo to opening the floor and to focus on what are also not only the needs and the expertise required from the market, but also what is the expertise in IULM with respect to this growing area and with respect to the application to digital communication, to luxury and fashion, and why it is in need. Well, we know that before the pandemic, thanks or because the emerging entrance of the new faster growing economies into the luxury and fashion scenario, the industry and its different, theories and practices had totally changed, and consequently the needs for talents that have very unique skills to be adapted to the disruptive environment were growing further. However, with the pandemic, well, a part that, of course, all of us, we have been, impacted by it. But the business sectors, and in particular the luxury and fashion business sector, has been totally changed. How it has changed, why it has changed? Well, it has changed thanks or because the emerging and growing acceleration of digitalization applied to different sectors. Nowadays, and to different, also to different functions of luxury. Nowadays, in fact, what we see in the luxury scenario is that luxury brands are no longer creative entities, but they have become retailers. And if before the pandemic, being a retailer meant, well, was starting to mean to have an omni-channel, online and offline perspective, well, the pandemic has accelerated the process towards not only the digitalization, not only phase one, we could say, but we are already far behind phase two, because nowadays we are in the world of artificial intelligence applied to online social media systems, and we are, of course, in the world, in the context, in the new ecosystem for the metaverse. Of course, luxury and fashion brands have been taken by the storm in all of this. And if the more solid one, they can count on financial investments, a financial support to acquire a know-how in the field, well, the smallest one, the family-oriented one, are still behind, and they may require a total reorganization and a total reoperationalization of their internal process. Who, of course, can help those middle-sized companies, those family companies? Certainly are new talents that have acquired a new expertise in this area. But with this, I don't want to mean that, of course, the holdings, the historical heritage companies, the heritage luxury and fashion brands, they don't need it, because if the smallest one need to have a complete reshuffle, a comprehensive rebranding in some ways, in some cases also of their positioning and of their identity also through the metaverse, well, the most solid and heritage one, they need to be guided in this. They need to be guided because digitalizations means also democratization of luxury and fashion, and means that the big holdings groups, from Chanel to Gucci to Ferragamo to Versace, they need specific expertise to guide the companies in this transition and to avoid them losing their identity and the core of their of the brand, of the essence of what we call the essence of the brand. Of course, in doing this, and then I leave the word also to Silvia, the scientific committee has seen that there can be different ways of doing it, structurally from a pedagogical point of view. But what it has emerged for studies, for a learning path in the sector, is that the presence of experts in the fields, from holdings, from main players, as from the new players, the new startup innovators, from in particular sustainability sectors in which the Made in Italy is the championing. Well, this is essential for a satisfactory and successfully learning path. And for this reason, new pedagogical models are needed, new pedagogical models that ensure to the future talents a full immersion, a journey into the world of luxury and fashion for an appropriate digital communication with the presence of experts, with the contacts of companies in the field. Thank you very much. And of course, I leave the floor to Mrs. Casati, to Silvia, for more specific information in this case.
Thank you again. We were going to see more in details the master program. What's the target? Are new graduates that want to develop their career into luxury, but also professionals and managers that are going to change their approach for a more technological or sustainable one. So they need new knowledge. They need to go back and study new strategies and innovative communication tools and strategies. So let's go. Okay. The master program is entirely in English. The duration is 1 year, starting from September with the pre-courses and then in-class lessons, and to conclude with an internship or a personal professional project. The formula is full-time, so we'll have lessons and sessions in class from Monday to Friday, and lessons will be mixed with visits around Milan or in other city to visit companies or to meet professionals to understand what's their quotidianity, what's their everyday life into the fashion and luxury sector, starting obviously, as I said, from September. One really important thing is that the master offers 3 scholarships, and we're going to share with you all the information in the next few days to know how to apply. What you are going to learn, we already covered this part with Professor Ravai, so many new digital and technological tools. We will cover and focus on new trends such as digitization, sustainability, all the new technological communication tools like metaverse, and how to develop a brand image or a brand identity, how to stay present in the market that's always changing and evolving. So let's start from the online courses. This is mostly for new graduates that doesn't have a background into this field, into luxury or fashion, and wants to go ahead for a future career in this sector. So online pre-courses are on demand on our platform, and they are accessible from September. They are online videos or text or books to introduce you in this world from marketing overview and also for a focus on sustainability. And then we will go more in depth during lessons, during in-class modules from November on until February. And then during lessons, there will be also expert talks, so professional coming in class, explaining their how they are doing with technological evolution, but there will also be company visits, as already explained before. And at the end, there will be an internship. You will be guided by us, by the whole team, to find the right place, the right role in the luxury and fashion industry that better fits you. And otherwise, you can develop a personal business project. There is also the possibility to be followed by a tutor for this second option. And now I will give again the floor to Professor Serena Rovai to go through the modules and the units of our program.
Thank you very much, Silvia. Well, we have already anticipated, in a certain way, what the new ecosystem for luxury and fashion brands is requiring, and how the scenario is changing. Of course, the new scenario, as we have evidenced, implies for brands the acquisition of a know-how that only new talents specifically formed to these new skills can provide. For this reason, a program in luxury and fashion, digital communication needs, first of all, to focus on what are the specific new trends that are emerging in the sector, the new trends, the challenges, and the ecosystem, in order to provide the fundamental skills and know-how to effectively understand also, for example, why luxury nowadays is also applied to the mass consuming industry as well, and not only to the luxury industry, not only at luxury level. We know very well that theories and concepts from the luxury marketing and luxury brand management are very often applied in the mass consuming sector. The same, it happens in the communication function. And this is why also very often experts in the luxury, then, they do not only have the possibility to work into this industry, but they are also, and in its different sectors, of course, because we know very well that luxury is not only fashion, but it's not only personal goods, but it is also different sectors like hospitality and tourism, like wellness and spa, like household and appliances, besides, of course, cosmetics and perfumes, jewelry, and watches, etc., relying, to personal goods. Of course, in acquiring, in this will to acquire those competencies, a full immersion in what the new luxury is, what is implies for communication, is certainly required. And I say full immersion because, as we were saying, an appropriate learning path is not only in a class, in a learning environment, but it starts also with professionals within a specific luxury ecosystem. So with the brands and inside the brands. Of course, you know very well, I think, what are also the specific challenges associated to the luxury and fashion industry these new days, and the highly demanded call for a responsible luxury, for what is called responsible luxury and responsible fashion that can ensure a limit in this overconsumption attitude in the consumers towards a more conscious attitude and purchasing attitude in the customers or consumers that we want to call. And of course, this is also a challenge for the brands in the sectors, because in doing this, in these new orientations, brands, they need also to move or to rethink not only their operations, but also their consumer targets, their consumer segments. And for this, an appropriate, know-how is required. Of course, once the basis, the fundamentals of the basis of what this new luxury ecosystem is, of how the sustainability is affecting and is shaping it. A full immersion into the world of luxury and fashion communication strategy starts. And communications, of course, means, we could say nowadays, mostly digitalization. Communication rhymes with digitalization nowadays in the luxury and fashion industry. However, a certain part of operations and processes is still in what it is called by experts the offline environment, an offline environment that can integrate the craft core of the brands, or an offline environment that can integrate, branding experiences that are vehiculated through specific communication strategies associated to PR or events or to advertising, but of course in the new disruptive way. Of course, the main changes in the luxury and the fashion industry nowadays are happening at digital level, thanks or because that we want to say digitalization. And this phase, this web point 4, or when web point 5 that we want to call, because it's going very fast towards, new levels of evolutions. And for this, the acquisition to guide also the brands towards this new level of evolutions, and to guide them in some cases by helping them to preserve their identity, to preserve their positioning and the image in the eyes of the customers, implies a specific focus on which tools, which practices have to be implemented. And for this reason, I'm keeping on calling it a full immersion not only the four walls of a class, as, in traditional pedagogy happens, but a full immersion into a new world of also an innovative pedagogy, an innovative learning perspective, in touch with what are the actors and also the experts that are developing best practices in this sector. We can go also to the others because it implies this. Of course, as I was saying, this also requests a very specific, not only full immersion into the field, but also exchange and relation with those that are experts and are doing this in the sector. For this reason, directly or indirectly, focus on specific case studies through either case studies or meetings or expert talks will be highly significant in order to have a live conception of what, of course, the new digital communication in luxury means. And that, of course, then, and I leave maybe the floor, to Silvia, that will be translated into brackets on an innovative project for this program.
Yes, the program ends with a final project that will be in collaboration with a partner company, and together we will build a consultancy project together in class or in groups or individually that will give the possibility to put in place what we already learned in class or during a session with professionals. And then again, the last part of the program involves an internship or a personal professional project that's personally built on the student. So here you can see an overview of what we already said. So from the pre-courses online, then the modules. During the modules, we will have expert talks and the company visit. Then again, the final project and the internship. All this information you can find also on our website. That's updated, so IULM.it, or for any other doubt or question, you can also send us an email asking for a personal call, personal team calls, or maybe asking question directly via email. The address is master.luxury@iulm.it. But let's go further, because one of the main characteristic and value of our master is the international faculty. So you can see visiting professors from all over Europe and the world, hosted by you for in-class lessons or online lessons. You can see Mauro Ferraresi, that's professor of IULM, but also Ian Fao, that's from Curtin University, Senina Rovai from Exilia Business School, and many others. But again, we will have also professionals and managers, huge list of managers and professionals from the field. So Dennis Valle, Elisa Storace, and again, Cinzia Macchi, Gio Giacobbe, and many others that will share their experience and expertise with the students of the master. We were talking about extra activities such as company visits. Some of the places we are going to visit are in this slide. For example, the headquarters of La Milanesa, Italian brand, a new sustainable Italian brand, but also Cartel Museum, 10 Corso Como, Diesel, Armani Silos, and many others. Career opportunity are many and really different. So we have traditional communication, but also digital communication, consultant for sustainability, to develop contents for a brand identity, with many tools. So expert from outside the company, but also inside companies as web strategies, public declarations, and again and again. And I just want to conclude saying that applications are open. We are already starting the selection interview. The deadline for the applications is in September. So hurry up. The class is of a maximum of 30 students. So for any further question, we are always available, me and Professor Rovai and also Professor De Carlo. So thank you for joining us. And again, good luck for your future career.
Thank you very much, Silvia. Now we switch the floor to another master, which is the Communication for International Relations. We will wait for Mr. Roberto Razzetto, which is the coordinator, and Professor Guido Formiconi, which is the scientific director of the master. So in a few minutes, we will start with the good morning, Professor Formigoni, and good morning, Roberto.
Good morning.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Roberto has the control of the presentation, and now I give you goodbye, everyone, and I give a brief introduction to our master, the Master in Communication for International Relations, MICRI, in acronym, is a consolidated experience. It was born more than 15 years ago in the Milan campus of IULM University. Now it is every year refined and enriched by a large faculty made both by teachers and professionals, and a lot of articulated international collaborations. The master aims to answer a central problem. Communication in today's world is increasingly important. We do not know what tomorrow's world will be like. We would have said until recently that successful globalization would have unified more and more peoples and countries. Today, the framework appear to change. Economic difficulties, the terrible return of the war, political revisions seem to drive us in a different direction. But we know that there will still be a crucial topic, the interdependence of human beings. The fate of each person is linked to that of the others, to all persons who live in our world. This is why it becomes important to understand precisely how communication works, what culture it asks for, what tools, old or new, make it possible, what strategies it allows. This is the meaning of a master like ours, which will be therefore both a critical and a professional tool. It makes you learn a job craft while making you understand the backstage, the premises, the hidden and the profound dimensions of reality. The teaching methods are also pluralistic. Lectures, workshops, experts' witnesses, work experience, internship, contacts with institutions and operators in the sector, and finally a study tour in the United States of America. To better explain in details this path, I ask now Roberto Razzetto, our coordinator, to speak you. Thank you, Roberto.
Thank you, Guido. Thank you, Professor Formigoni, for this introduction. For me, it's a pleasure today to show you and to present you the Master in Communication for International Relations, probably the 17th edition of this master course. We started in 2006 with a pathway that was in that period something important for the diplomacy and the strict link between diplomacy and communication. Today, the master becomes something different because world has changed during these last 15 years. So we have this master program that is very, very focused on the flow of communication nowadays. The master is a master degree, of course, of 60 ECTS, so 60 credits, and is completely or partially, not completely, 70% in English language and 30% in Italian language. So Italian language is compulsory for the participants of the master course. At the same time, at minimum C1 level of English is required. The master is full-time course, so it is from Monday to Friday, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day, from February, the first Monday of February, until the end of the month of July. The master, at the same time, has many partnerships in Italy and around the world, especially in the US. I want to remember now the Istituto di Studi di Politica Internazionale, so the Political Studies Institute here in Milan, that is one of the major think tanks in Italy about geopolitics and international studies. At the same time, also with American University in US, United States of America, and with FAO, with the Baruch College at City University of New York, and more. I want to remember also the main partnership of this master course, that is with University of Nebraska, the campus in Kearney, Nebraska. And I'll say more later about that. The target of the master are graduated students in the fields of law, business, humanities, and linguistics, the major fields where our students come from are this. At the same time, the interest of our students are more or less the interest and passion about communication, international relations, and fast speeding, evolving world that we have under our eyes after these 10 years that are very, very different from ever before. And of course about cooperation, sustainable studies, and so on. Let's focus our attention also on the areas and the topics of the master course. We have the fundamental parts of the master that are geopolitics, international history, economics, law, and media history. Then we move from the fundamental parts to the strategy, then the tools. So from corporate governance, international markets, and marketing to communication in development fields. And then to the tools, so journalism, digital tools, big data analysis, HTML strategy, how to enhance our knowledge of internet and the net in general, and so on. So it is fulfilled with all the topics that are required by the international companies today about good, high-skilled professionals of communication. Then, after 7 months, more or less, a little bit more of 6 months of classes. We have the study trip, as the director mentioned before, in United States of America. We have just returned from United States yesterday, and is an immersion, a full immersion on the main topics of the master, linked with our partners in the United States, in Washington, D.C. and in New York. It is 8 days trip and 8 days classes, more than 9 meetings with high professionals of, for instance, Italian Embassy to the State Department of the United States, from the Congress of the United States to United Nations. So it's a terrific experience for the students. At the same time, something that allows students to move forward, like a step up from the classes to the internship. Then the internship, of course. Internship is something critical, you know, for our students, because at the same time enhance the knowledge and allow them to introduce them to the work fields, into the future, you know, positions that they will cover after the master. So the internship are around the world, in Italy, in European Union, and are high-profile internship. So we provide every internship for each student during, you know, the season of the classes. At the same time, after the internship, we have the discussion of the final dissertation, that is properly a thesis, like the first cycle thesis, that is needed to be discussed in front of the commission at the end of the master course. There is also an option of a second year, and as I mentioned before, with our partner, that is the University of Nebraska campus of Kearney, Nebraska, and is an MBA. So how to link the communication for international relations with master in business administration is something important, at the same time critical for the nowadays fast evolving world and market. That is the link between communication professionals and administrator of private companies, but not only, also within the public sector. Is something that some students find very, very important for their careers. So you can choose the second year at the very beginning of the first year, and then we introduce you to the pathway that lead you to the second year, that will start in September 2023. So, and the MBA, it lasts 1 year in Kearney, Nebraska, and then the internship after the year in Nebraska. And then the discussion of the thesis that will be held or in Milan or in Nebraska with a commission that is, you know, a melting pot of Americans and Italians. So part of the faculty of IULM University and part of the faculty of University of Nebraska, Kearney. The objectives of the master. So why do this master course? So first, develop a critical and analytical skills in a global context that, as I mentioned before, is a very, very fast-moving context. Understanding international communication processes of the major current issues. That is one of the first and one of the most important points and one of the most important objectives of this course. At the same time, analyze the communication environment in all its components through its tools and by the use of specific languages. And learn strategies and procedures for operating in a complex organizations world and managing communication processes. educate professionals with clear principles related to sustainability, cooperation and sustainable development, and the main topic of SDGs is one of the main topics that we try to fulfill with our courses during the master, and the ethical development of society. Then train professionals aimed at multiculturalism, and when we say multiculturalism, it means that we try to understand in every angle of the world what is the perspective about the international relations, diversity and social integration, two commas, educate new international leaders with hybrid training between management and communication, analog and digital. So these are the main objectives of the master course. This you can have an example of some events that our students have covered during the last years. For instance, during the September 2021 pre-COP, so pre-conference of parties that has been held here in Milan in September. Our students and IULM University in general, but our students cover some parts of the assistance to the international delegations at the pre-COP. So we have the opportunity also to participate in these international meetings and events and so on. So it's another added value that we give to our students. So about content, so the subscription to the master course are open. You can request for the admission at through our website, so www.iulm.com, and at the page of our master course you can submit your request. At the same time, for more information, you can use the email address, so master.mikri@iulm.it or info.sdc@iulm.it. Also, you can enjoy us through our web pages, social media pages that are on Instagram and Facebook, where you can find also the pictures of the last study trip to the United States and more info about our alumni and former students, also current students. I think that it's enough for now, and we are open, of course, to your questions. Thank you. I don't know, Mirko, you are moderator of the question,
yes,
right?
you can write your question directly in the YouTube chat or here in the... No, there is no question right now. So we can have 5 minutes break and then we can start, or if you want, we can continue with the other master, Global Security and Cooperation, if you want. Or we can wait a few minutes just to be on time with the schedule.
Yes, maybe it's better to wait a minute.
To have, so 5
the
minutes break, and then we will be here again with the presentation of the Master in Global Security and Cooperation. So welcome again. Now we will start with the presentation of the Master in Global Security and Cooperation. We are here together with Professor Formigoni, the Scientific Director of the Master, and Mrs. Roberto Rozzetto. So Professor Formigoni, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Welcome to everyone. We have the pleasure to present our Master in Global Security and Cooperation, which is a new proposal that will start next academic year in the new Rome office of the IULM University. Downtown Rome, in a very beautiful place. However, it's a new proposal, but it joins a well-established course which has more than 15 years ago started, the Master in Communication for International Relations, from which we resume part of the faculty and the national and international collaborations. The Master wants to answer a central problem. Today's world shows many sources of uncertainty, of insecurity, and the look towards the future is sometimes problematic. Let us think of climate change, the very serious pandemic that has hit us, and we hope it's finished, but we are not sure. The crisis of globalization framework, the growing economic competition, and even the resumption of conflicts and wars, also in Europe. Everyone seeks his own security, but the intuition of our Master is clear. The better way to pursue security is international and transnational cooperation. Nobody can close himself, herself within their own borders and delude himself, herself of escaping problems. In fact, we know that interdependence between human beings is an objective fact, an objective situation. The fate of each person is linked to that of the others. Thus, security and cooperation seem to us just two sides of the same coin. This is the starting point. This is the central idea, also the approach of our course. This is why it is becoming increasingly important to understand the sources of insecurity, to study threats and challenges to our security, and then it will be necessary to work on the professional and institutional responses and choices that make it possible to create security. This is the meaning of the Master, which will be therefore both a critical and a professional tool. It makes you learn a job craft while making you understand the premises, the background, the hidden and profound dimensions of reality. The teaching methods are also pluralistic, lectures, workshops, expert testimonials, work experience, internship, contacts with institutions and operators in the field, in the sector of security and cooperation, and finally a study tour to contact important operational realities also in Europe or in other places. To better explain in details this path, I ask now Roberto Razzeto to speak you. Thank you, Roberto.
Thank you, Guido. Thank you, Professor Formigoni. It's for me a pleasure to introduce you this brand new master course that will be held in Rome, in our venues and quarter of IULM University in Rome. And allow me to make a very quick roundup and overview about this new master course. As Professor Formigoni mentioned before, Global Security and Cooperation Master provides a solid background on the international political landscape and main issues, but which are the main issues today? First of all, that are part of the topics of the courses of the master course. So ending terrorism is one of the main issues, health and security, use of chemical and other unconventional weapons, massive displacement of populations, so migrations, and overwhelming of humanitarian areas, climate change, national security at political level, and so on. Through the perspectives of cooperation. So is one of the main pillars of this master course. At the same time, as the Master in Communication for International Relations, we use tools and strategy to understand international security as key system to guide to the educational pathway towards the objective of strengthening skills and competencies on international cooperation based on solidarity, peace, and mutual dialogue. So it's not about military topics or military issues. So we don't understand and want to focus our attention on that part of security only, but about cooperation and dialogue among people, among population, as one of the main pillars of the development of this planet, of the world, and a global society. So the objectives of the master course. The first is to train professionals to manage security and cooperation at the global, multicultural, and multidisciplinary level, both in the public and private sectors and in different sectors and services. Second, to develop professional skills in line with rapid geopolitical and technological developments. And third, develop skills to solve complex problems in multiple human, political, and cultural contexts. So these three objectives represent the guide for our prospective students and for their decision. At the same time, who are our prospective students? So the target of this master course. The program is intended for all students who are graduated in economics, management, international relations, and law, but we take into consideration also other fields of studies. Second, different educational backgrounds or proven work experiences will be individually evaluated during the interviews, of course, as I just said. And third, because the master is fully in English language, the students will have excellent knowledge of English language. Minimum requirement is level C1 or higher, of course, of proficiency in English language. So, I mentioned before the critical issues of nowadays globalized world, but which are the thematic areas? First, so we start with landscape. With international, contemporary, European, and multicultural landscape. So we consider the entire world, but of course, We are in Italy. We are part of the European Union. So European Union, it is one of the main topic of our interest and where we start our investigation. Second, strategy. So technology and innovation, corporations, so private sector, public sector, intelligence and investigation. When we say intelligence and investigation, we mean about the type of investigation. So is investigation and research to understand more the quantity, the high density of data that we have today, especially through the fast evolving way in which internet is doing very well or not so well. It depends on your opinion. Third are the tools. So on-site online investigation, of course, cybersecurity, management security, and then, of course, I had to add the capacity for the research and investigative way to research. Fourth is training. So we have the other, one of the major part is training. So we have many lectures. We will have many lectures, workshops, seminars, and then a study trip that for the first edition will be in Brussels. So the center, one of the centers of European Union. So and the headquarters of European Commission. Will be 4 days study trip with meetings and seminars in Brussels. That is included in the price of the master course. And then tutorials with many representatives and officials of international, not only European, international institutions. And then internship in private and public sector in Italy, in Europe, around the world, and the final project work that it will be a final dissertation based on the same level of the first cycle degree, not level of course of studies, but level of the capacity that the students need to put in it. So this is our faculty, a selection of our faculty. We don't have here other people and professors and officials and professionals that we are going to have in our faculty. And you have to know that we are closing now many partnerships with international organizations that all or IULM University still have in our bunch of partnerships, or a brand new partnership like IATA, the International Aviation Transportation Association, and more, to give you the opportunity to understand more about the nowadays world, at the same time to give opportunity to most of you, to prospective students, to have opportunity like at the internship level. This is a bunch of our partners that we have today, and they are part of this master course as a pathway of studies. So the master course, it will be is a master degree, so first level, second cycle of studies at the university level. So it will be 500 hours of classes, and so for the total amount of hours gross, that is 1,500, and it starts in February 2023 and ends in February 2024. Classes, the part of classes will last 6 months and a half, more or less, until July, and is full-time master course. So from Monday to Friday, from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. as it is in presence. So in Rome, in our quarter in Rome, and fully in English language. So for more information, you can write an email to master.globalsecurity@iulm.it or info.sdc@iulm.it, or call us at our phone number. I think that is enough for now. If you have questions, we are open to answer you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeto and Professor Formigoni. Now the question time is available. I ask you to write your email, your question directly in the chat, your YouTube chat, or if you want to write an email to the email address of the master course. Wait here for 5 minutes more. Good morning and welcome to this International Master Day. Now we will present the one-year master degree in Retail Brand and Customer Experience Management. Here we have Professor Francesco, the Scientific Director of the Master, and Mrs. Emanuela Francese, which is the Academic Director. So Professor Massara, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mirko. Thank you. Then I will share the presentation very quick. You should see the presentation now. Welcome to the presentation of the Master Degree in Retail Brand and Customer Experience Management. I'm the director, Professor Francesco Massara. With me is Professor Francese, who is the coordinator, the didactic coordinator of the course. So just let me spend a little word on the presentation. I'm trying to go ahead with the slides. And I would like to spend a little bit of time on the title of the course, and particularly on the three words that compose the title: the brand, customer experience, and retail. Well, first of all, let's start with brands and why brands are so important today. Well, let's make an example. Let's, for example, consider the case of sneakers. Let's consider two brands, for example, Adidas, a very well-known brand, and then Nike. Well, which is the reason why people choose one of those brands? Which is the reason why people choose one of those products? Well, for sure, it might be, a little preference for technical quality, but the technical quality is almost the same. It's clear that the difference and the choice is driven by the brand. So really, brand actually, it's why people choose products. That's why brands are so important today. And in the past, if you wanted to build a brand, I'm talking about 20, 30 years ago, you had the classical media, and the classical media are the TV, the radio, for example, the press. Okay, and if you wanted to build a brand, you had to you had to advertise, and you had to be on those media. What happened today is that basically there have been a proliferation of other media. So with the advent of the internet, with the digital media in particular, we had many media flourishing, which basically diluted the value of the classical media. So before, we can say that the media were more important than the brand. And actually, if you wanted to be a brand, and actually you wanted to be a solid brand, then you had to be in those media. You had to be in the TV advertisement. You had to be on the radio. You had to be in the press. Now, it's a little bit different because doing advertising on TV and in the other media is not enough. And beyond that, everyone can do ads. Everyone can access a well-edited, professionally edited quality video to make an advertisement, right? So this does not make a difference anymore. And now a brand's voice need to be much louder than before, because there are so many channels through which media are delivered. And what's important today, what's more important today, is basically that the brand content, so the contents that are broadcasted in each of those media, need to be scalable across all the touch points. It means basically that there have to be a sort of an omni-channel management of the brand across all the touch points. Now, this basically calls for a need for differentiation, right? Because a brand has to be, of course, above all the media rumor, above all the media to be noticed. But what makes the difference in the content, given that everyone can do ads? Well, the difference in the content is actually the customer experience. And in fact, this is the second keyword which composed the title of the master. The customer experience is the main and the most important differentiator of the brand. So brand and customer experience are really tightly related one to the other. And basically, what do we mean by customer experience? Well, it's not the product, okay, it's not the service. It is not the value in them, although it is part of the value, it composes part of the value. It is exactly how the product and service are delivered. So it's the how product and services are delivered. This makes the experience, and experience makes part of the value of products and brands. What do we mean by creating value through the customer experiences? Then we mean creating value in the process of products and service delivery well beyond the traditional marketing tools. This because basically, well, experience has always existed, because even before, say in the 80s, in the 90s, when one bought a product, always had an experience, irrespective of the fact that the experience was managed or not, in the details or not. But now the idea is that how the delivery of products or services happen is very, very important. It's a specific and particular part of the value, which is going to be very, very important for a very, very important differentiator for the brand. And here comes the third word, which is retail. Now, why it is retail important for the experience of the brand? Well, in fact, retail is, and the physical retail, I mean, the stores, are the most important touch points which add value to the experience, to the customer experience. And why it is so? Why is retail so important for the customer experience? Well, first of all, because it's multisensorial. No other touch point is multisensorial, and no other touch point takes our senses as much as the physical experience. Okay, so physical experience is very, very vivid. It's true. It's real, and in the reality of the physical world cannot be beaten by, at least for now, it cannot be beaten by all the digital channels, including the metaverse, which is close to reality but not yet enough. So, by converse, the customer experience enriches the physical experience. Okay, so it is actually the reason why people go in the retail stores, in the physical stores, and buy. If in retail stores there wouldn't be an experience, people wouldn't go, because there is the online channels, there is the e-commerce already. So people could just go and shop on the e-commerce, and in the future will be more and more like that. The stores, the physical stores that will not deliver a rich experience to the customers will compete harshly, toughly with the digital channels, and we lose the battle with the digital channels. So if there is not a reason and for an experience in the physical world, the customer will not go in the physical store. Okay, so this is the reason why the customer experience makes the stores more attractive. It makes the stores more attractive, and this is the lead for traffic in stores, so for increasing the number of people visiting the stores. And the number of people visiting the stores is a lead for sales. So you understand that all these things are related one to the other. So the retail enriches the customer experience, the customer experience enriches the retail, the customer experience enriches the brand, and the brand takes it all. Okay, so the brands takes it all. The brands drive the actual choice of products of consumers. So we strongly believe that this evolution of marketing, so those aspects basically of the retail, the brand, the customer experience, will be a strong driver of what the companies will do in the next future, and will drive actually investments of companies, which means that, and the reason is easy, the reason is simple. The reason is that companies drive the customer experience, drives value, creates value, and given that it creates value, it creates profits, and therefore there is no way that companies will not invest in it. Okay, so which are the components that we are going to manage? Particularly, this master skills you on the management of two forms of capital: human capital and technological capital. Human capital is basically the sales assistant, the store managers, the people that stays in the stores, and thanks to the knowledge that you will acquire in the master, you will be able to starts to assist, and therefore understands the logic of managing people or managing retail people. And that's very, very important for the retail business. Then the second point is the everything that is technological, and therefore the technology is also important. It integrates the physical channels. And in fact, we have this word, which is phygital touch point. So we talk about phygital touch points because most of the times what we have is an integration of physical and digital. If we go and look at some statistics, we see that actually the customer experience is going to be a top priority for the companies in the next few years, which means that basically the companies will invest in it, as we just said, it will invest in it, and therefore this investment will drive the job market as well. So they will also ask for profiles which are skilled on customer experience management, because it's so differentiating, it's so important. And if you see here in the chart, you see that orientation to price, orientation to product are less important, which means basically a cost orientation or a differentiation orientation is really less important than customer experience one. And customer experience is going to actually replace, in a certain sense, the orientation to the product. And therefore to the differentiation, because it's through, as we said, the customer experience that companies differentiate their business. And if we want to go, and in fact, we have another confirmation here that the trend of customer experience, this time considering the job market, is increasing. In fact, if you go on Google Scholars and Google Trends, and we digit customer experience, we see a rising, steep curve that just doesn't stop rising since 2004, actually. But in the recent years, if you consider here, the curve is even steeper. And this is just concerned about jobs and education, which means that when people look for customer experience concerning jobs and education, this trend of looking for customer experience in job and education is rising, is increasing as we predicted. And in fact, we find in the market new job titles. We see that there are job titles such as customer experience lifecycle manager, customer centricity expert, customer experience designer, customer experience specialist, and so on and so forth. And as you see, there are those profiles are looked for in really different sectors, many different sectors. So we have companies in the durable goods, for example, Pirelli, which makes tires, for those of you who don't know it. Then there are companies of the distribution, of food distribution, basically. Then there is EY here, so for big consultancy companies, and then a lot of fashion and luxury companies. It's not surprised that for fashion and luxury companies, the customer experience is so important, right? And this gives you actually a hint of the real consistency of this job, which is actually that of creating value and adding a difference to the and therefore differentiate the brand, considering the other offers, the other competitors. And in fact, luxury businesses are those that most invest in it. Okay, just because it's important for them to create value in the physical world. It's thanks to the value created in the physical world that those companies are able to show that they're luxury companies. It's not that easy to differentiate yourself online, because, well, pretty much almost every company can buy a piece of land in the metaverse. Everybody can do a website, and looks like, a luxury website. But in fact, in the physical world, this changes. In fact, in the physical world, everything is more costly, and it takes more investment, takes more preparation, and that is why those companies invest basically in customer experience, which is not just about the physical world. Okay, it's about, as you see here, there is also me, business customer experience, Sierra manager, which means there is also that there are also the digital channels, and therefore the integration, the management of the integration of physical and digital channels. And most of the times, in fact, the experience is spent across different channels, across physical and digital channels, and the real importance here is to manage the experience in a way that the consumer considers it as seamless, which means basically that it doesn't have to make a difference when it uses a channel, it uses the app, for example, it uses the store, goes to the store, goes online. It has to be a unique, fluid experience for the consumer. And there are specialists, okay? The specialists of this discipline of making the consumer perceive brands in this enriched way, in this complex way, is the job of the customer experience manager. Well, this is basically about this little introduction. I would at this point pass the word to the didactic coordinator to introduce you to the actual program, the program of the master, basically. Now, this is, let me spend a few words just to introduce the word of the coordinator. This is a program which is very, very practical. So we have a lot of practical sessions. And what I, during the course of the development of this program, I always thought that people cannot teach something if they don't do actually what in the real world, they don't do what they teach. So we have many academics, of course, involved in the program, but there are a lot of managers and a lot of executives actually that teach in the master, because of course it's what I think is that you have to do the things in order to teach. Okay, so this is what I think, and it's our approach. So there are a lot of practical sessions, and another important thing is that the course is 80% in Italian. It's 20% in English, 80% in Italian. So therefore, you have to speak in Italiano. You have to understand Italiano very well, okay? If you want to participate, of course, we are here to help. So in case you are willing to start and say your Italian is not perfect, this may not be a showstopper, since you may do a course. We made available to you courses of Italian as a foreign language, and as such, you might do the two things. So do the master, get a degree that gives you the possibility to enter in the job market in the near future, and then also learn another language, okay, which is also a nice language, as you I think know. So I would call then Emanuela. Emanuela,
hi.
Are you listening? Do you want me to go to the next slide?
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Professor Massara, for this introduction. And it's my pleasure to stay with you, with the team today, because I hope to give a very interesting information in terms of main info to have a very clear identity of our interesting master, to provide the most comprehensive overview of the different application area of retail. Our master is focused offer a very transversal study of different sectors, with a particular focus on the fashion and luxury fashion segment, like Professor Massara explained before, because our main topic in our history is obvious on fast mode fashion, with the 15% course in English learning, but host fast moving consumer goods with the focus on the beauty sectors, accessories, because today with our contemporary vision of the market, we understanding that there are very important segments where the brand, the maison, needs to have a very interesting manager, but also the the sectors with a special focus are dedicated to durable goods and services, with a focus also the wool sales and the food sales channels, because they are complete this transversal immersive knowledge about this market. Our master is a annual master degree with the start around the first week of October, and the formula that we are also understanding that it's a very good idea to give you the possibility to enter with the professional skills inside the market is a full-time formula with the daily classroom starting in the morning around 9 a.m. arriving in the afternoon around 7:30 p.m. obviously with the coffee break and with the lunch break. But we are thinking that this is a very good chance that to give you the possibility to have in just in steps to inside in this. The classroom are based in Milano, inside our headquarters, inside the classroom, and after the front and the class fields and the theoretical classroom, we have also the period just to dedicate it to internship, minimum 3 months arriving to the maximum 6 months. And with the first part of this master degree, you have the possibility to understand also your soft skills to focus on the main important parts of your identity or the professional values. If we can have to the followed page, we find here the most important main topics, because during these years the Professor Massara with the team understanding that these scheduled times is much focused on to the main topics for each modules, and in total we have 6 months just to have the possibility during this time with the frontal teaching, with the direct testimonials like the manager, like the boutique employees, the retail store managers, has the possibility to have the learning by doing. Yes, the theory, but also the workshop activities in classroom, the retail tours, the activities observation with very focus on the practice, with the teamwork, with the possibility to understanding also the theory is clear, or if you need more additional information. We start obviously this master degree with the pillars of the brand experience and customer behavior. In fact, the model number 1 is probably the starting point to understanding where we are inside this new panorama. And with this module, you have the possibility to understanding the sense, the real values about the brand management, the brand experience in retail, because the retail today is the push sector to improve these customer experience tools, and arriving to understanding the customer behaviors. Going on with the second modules, focus on the retail and sales, but in terms of also the logistics, the trade, marketing, and the purchases functions, just to understanding also the distribution networks and personas, that the personal selling process are on base of the economic management of stores and the retail chains, because this is the all contemporary understanding network. And we arriving to the core of our master, module number 3 and module number 4, in-store experience management and the customer experience design and the touch point, where you have the possibility to understanding the retail mix, the category management, also the behavior branding, because the behavioral branding is also the possibility to understanding the sense today about the in-store sales experience, because now today the client wants just to buy something, but also just to live an experience inside the retail stores. And with the module number 4, we have also the possibility to understanding the sense of the omni-channel management, because it's not just a keywords, but also a process, also a retail innovation key chains with the service design, the sustainability, and integrations of a touch point, because this is a mandatory for the contemporary success and industries to be, and with the focus on the visual identity, with the focus on merchandising and the retail visual identity, just to understanding the sense about the Windows installation, the in-store installation, and the visual identity around it, these different tools and props. And the last part of the master after December, generally we have the module 5 and 6 in January, and in February we have also the digital management and e-commerce focus on, with the possibility also to understanding and to apply the KPI performance indicator for the retail, with sometimes with the company that in classroom launch a brief and ask to the classroom to create something, to analyze something, as sometimes at the end of this period the classroom has the success with the idea, with the innovation idea. And in this second part also the CRM for fashion retail is a topic of exams, of obviously a teaching moment, and arrive to the last one module, focus on the soft skills and the people management, because with a teacher, so you have the possibility to understanding also your soft skills laboratory, and arrived to the internship with more knowledge about yourself, about your personal branding and CV rules, because you have the possibility also to create your cover letters, to probably you describe in a better way with a one page your CV, your experiences, and to start an internship, because like explained before, after the theoretical part, you have the internship with the main partners that during these years joins, just to give to the possibility to do an internship. If you go to the next page, Prof, thank you. We understanding with the job title, probably also the contemporary professional opportunities that the Maison in the sector that analyzed before requests today, because it's important to be a very cross-fertilization identity, and also the possibility to integrate this customer experience in a different area of applications, like obviously the product or brand manager, but also the trade marketing manager and the different sector that we have it. Obviously, probably you are on target, because this course, this master degree aimed to graduate the social and scientific disciplines or professions and modern retail, like Professor Massara explained before, because we are living in a phygital dimensions today, where we have the joint digital and the physical environment together to be more stronger, and to have the possibility to growing up with this. And the last, we have also here, but also in the following page, the name about our professional partners that join with us in this interesting course, like Retail Institute, like Scalo Milano, and during also the field observation, you have the possibility to stay for 2 days in Scalo Milano with the manager about the retail, no? And after we can see together some picture, no? Just to give you an idea about our observations too. Go ahead with the next, please. And in this slide, probably we can find interesting name about key partners companies that our students has the possibility to do the internship, like Tribou, like Dean, Bifi Boutique, Conat, Gatanova, Mona Lisa, Moncler. So different contemporary sector focus on all segment that we analyzed before. And just to understanding that we have these master faculties in classroom with I think a very professional teacher, but also a manager that outside the classroom doing this during the daily routine, and has the possibility to give you the real knowledge about this job, because probably at the end of this master you enter immediately inside the market, no, like a professional skills. So you have the possibility to learn by doing with laboratory, workshop, observation tools, and with also a tour that now I show you with some pictures. So we can find some picture like a classroom lesson where our students stay to listen someone, but also to explain the suggestion, the idea, to receive a brief by the company, but also to have the possibility in a team to draft something about the interesting for the new vision about the contemporary lessons too. And during the last course, we had some problem to put the outside Italy our classroom, but we do a very interesting retail tour with the field work with the Scalo Milano, but also with our other partners, and also the study tour in Milano, where the classroom had the possibility to understand Armani like a brand in a different sales channels. Armani Silos for the heart, Armani flagship store like the Maison about the king, but also inside the interaction inside the Armani Casa with the different product, with the different client, with the different sector, and also in Prada. We hope for the next edition, at the end February, more or less, to do a very interesting retail safari in Europe, probably in London, Paris. So we can understanding it also too, and why we understanding that it will be a very interesting last point of the master degree, because with the retail safari, the classroom has the possibility to see, to listen, to also to discover some of interactions, but also some of interesting and understanding that outside the world is this with the retail identity, but also with the customer experience. This is the last page of our presentation, and we can find the contact. Please write an email on if you need something of information, and in this page we can find also our LinkedIn page, Instagram, or GoToMaster page, just to have a very focus on about all topics that we already explained with Mr. Massara. And I hope to give this very interesting information to everyone, and I'm available and I'm not too exposed to give you all information in additional and in separated lecture if you need. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Manuela, for your speech and presentation. Well, meanwhile, perhaps we wait for questions to come. I wanted just to give a precision concerning the percentage of the course that will be given in English, and actually the specific topics that we will teach in English. Well, the parts we said it's 20%, so 20% of the course will be taught in English, and actually this is the part that will be dedicated to luxury and fashion. So all the professors that comes from the luxury and fashion world will speak in English and will actually give the lesson in English. So this is the part of the course actually the sector on which we focus with English language. The reason why we do this is because in fashion and in luxury, the speech in retail is always in English. So it's a word that speaks English. It doesn't speak Italian. It speaks an international language by itself. So it's and in fact, during the course, for example, the professors always use slides in English, also, even if they until now they've been teaching in Italian. So we made this switch this year. So we're proposing this part of the course, the part that is dedicated to luxury and fashion, will be taught in English. So this is the first precision that I wanted to give you. The second precision concerns the last module, which concerns people management and soft skills. This is a peculiar aspect of this course because we invest on your ability and skills to manage people, because in retail we said it's important to manage human capital. So you have to understand how to manage human capital, which means, for example, to engage the employees, how to control them, to make them perform better, to have them satisfied continuously, and increase the satisfaction, their satisfaction, and the satisfaction of the customers, of course, and make in a way that they represent the brand very well. So all these things. So first, people management. Most importantly, the session dedicated to people management is also dedicated to your personal development, to self-development. Okay, so there is this part of self-development, since if you want to manage people, you have to first understand yourself and have to self-improve your skills. That's the second precision that I wanted to give you. And perhaps Mirko, I don't know if we would have we have terminated with the presentation. I don't know if there are questions. Of course, we are available if you don't have questions right now. But if you have any question and you want to reach us, please reach us. Get in touch with us. We give you all the information needed. And let me again remember that yes, the course is 80% in Italian, but if you're willing to make the effort and learn a language, then it can be a nice possibility to study a topic which is topic of design and customer experience in the capital of fashion and design, which is Milan. So this is a very good opportunity for you. Beyond that, you are in Italy, okay, in one of the most interesting cities of Italy, the most vibrant, I would say, and dynamic city of Italy. Mirko.
Okay, thank you, Professor Massara and Manuela, Mrs. Franzese, for this kind presentation. I will just wrote your email address in order to receive a question from students. And I thank you very much. And I will switch the floor to Professor Mauro Ferraresi, which is the scientific director of the next master we are going to present now, which is the master in Made in Italy Behind the Scenes. And I ask Professor Ferraresi to join us and to start his presentation. Is there?
Hi, everybody. Here I am.
So, Professor Ferraresi, the floor is yours.
Okay. So, first of all, I'm very pleased to inaugurate the first international presentation of the new master degree named Made in Italy Behind the Scenes. And I want to thank you all for this first important participation. So let us try to see and understand together what it is all about. Together with me are Martina Ribeck and Giulia Tonucci. We are coordinating with me the educational organization of the master degree. To Giulia Tonucci, I will after leave the possibility to explain, and I leave the floor as I can say, to explain part of the master degree. So let's start with a question. First of all, why behind the scenes? I mean, what does this statement means? Because I think that is very clear to understand Made in Italy, in the sense that Made in Italy is a worldwide brand, a brand that is the entire world as a playground. But behind the scenes, well, let's try to discover together in the next chart that I will share with you. Let's try to discover together why we decided to to name this master degree Made in Italy Behind the Scenes. Let me try to share the PowerPoint. Just a few moments. Okay. All right. Condividi, share. Now you should see in a moment, I think, you should see everything. Do you confirm? Yeah, I put every.
Yes, Professor, you are online.
Okay. This is our first edition. But in a way, we are not absolute beginners. Why? Because this master comes out from another master with the same name, Made in Italy, that is an 18 years old master here in IULM. So we have a long story behind us. And this is a new master with a new team. Me as a scientific director, Dottoressa Giulia Tonucci and Martina Riebeck as a didactic coordinator, and a faculty with professor of this university and from other university. General information, let's go with the practical aspect in the beginning. Lessons are from Monday to Thursday, from 9 o'clock in the morning up to 6 o'clock p.m. With the normal break, half in the morning, half in the afternoon, and the lunch break, of course. This is the duration, approximately 500 hours full time. And the prescription, the registration, as is written here, need a fee of 100 euros deductible from the first installment. Then the fee can be paid divided in three parts: January 2023, March 2023, and the first part is at the time of the real enrollment or inscription. You will see the cost for European student and non-European student. As I said before, this is a first edition, but in a way we come from a long story. And the Made in Italy is a master degree that is still dedicated to understanding the function of the Made in Italy, both from a sociological point of view, or a historical point of view, a marketing point of view, commercial point of view. Made in Italy is a country brand. That to say that is something rooted in our history, in our enterprise structure, and this is why we call them behind the scenes, because it's not only a simple translation of the Italian Made in Italy. It's something that goes far away from that, and the intention, the main intention, the focus is to let you understand why Made in Italy works and how Made in Italy works. We can see some fine picture of what we mean with Made in Italy. Three main sectors are involved in our master degree. Fashion, of course, accessories, of course, but also food, the Italian food, and also design, interior design. Those are the special made in Italy features that we handle and that we are able to explain to all the students. Beg your pardon? Are you able to follow the slides or not? I'm going farther, but I'm not sure that you can see and follow me. You see the picture now? Okay. I was worried about that. This master is innovative. Why? Because it's divided into different modules, and that is normal, no surprise in it. Because it's full of workshops and lectures and case histories and testimonials by managers, entrepreneurs, consultants, and journalists from some of the most important prestigious Italian companies. But this is also normal. Now, it's innovative because we try to up to date the question on the carpet, let's say. And we try, for example, to face two important arguments, such as sustainability and digitalization. Let me say to you first that at the end of the course, it's possible to follow an internship within an Italian company from 3 up to 6 months. This is a flagship store, yeah, an Italian flagship store, I guess, located in Milan. Not sure, but I guess so. Who is addressed to first level graduates in communication, economics, architecture, industrial design, languages, and foreign students that they must have an equivalent legally recognized qualification. First, this is not, as I said before, a simple English translation of the existing master made in Italy. We have taken advantage of all the knowledge we accumulated during those years, so far to build a new Made in Italy master degree. The huge topic of the communication in general, together with the topic of the digitalization and the topic of sustainability, they have a specific module. The modules are complementary. On the one hand, they have a classic ex cathedra teaching with academic professor explaining the theory and initiating some workshop. On the other hand, there are testimonials, case studies, and people coming from enterprise outside and companies outside our university, but not so far because we are located in Milan and in Lombardia, and so we are full of companies dedicated to the fashion system, to the fashion sector. And they will go on with the workshop, giving a brief. Students, they can divide in groups, and they can work on that brief. And if the solution they will offer is good for the companies, maybe those solutions can be implemented, and they can be really solution for the companies. This is something that sometimes happen, for example, with an Italian company named Menegildo Zegna, or other companies, that they found solutions working together with our students. This happened in the Made in Italy, Italian Made in Italy master degree, and it will happen again in this English version of the Made in Italy. Let's go and discover the 7 units that are dividing and articulating this master degree. First unit, Made in Italy, the scenario. As I said rapidly before, many people can attend to this master degree coming from different backgrounds, such as communication, economics, architecture. So the first important things is in the first unit to level from a theoretical point of view and practical point of view, level all the competences. So from one side, we level the competence. On the other side, for example, because some people coming from architecture can needs more information about how communication works, or how economics in Made in Italy they work, and so on. So first goal is to level the competences. Second goal, to raise the bar and to go in deep the Made in Italy, the global scenario. Is in the first unit that we can teach to the student where the Made in Italy from historical point of view comes, and from sociological point of view. Why is so appreciated all around the world. Why, as I said before, Made in Italy as the entire world as a playground. So this is the first unit. Let me see if I forget something. No. So every unit is divided in different teaching. So teaching 1, Genesis, history, and DNA of Made in Italy, as I told you before. Teaching 2, fashion, design, and food. What are the differences and the similarities? Can we handle them all together, or better to understand them step by step? Which main difference they can have? Teaching 3. This is an important point that we touch in this first unit, but it's a sort of a teasing. The teaching 3 touch the point of the ecosystem, upcycling, recycling, sustainability, that will be better explore, better understand in another unit. If I remember well, the 7, but we will go through them. Teaching 4. Yeah, an individual coaching program is important if we are, as we are, obliged to work in team. Because working in team is what happened outside the university, in the fashion system and in those sectors. Working in team is not so easy, is not as working alone. If I work in a team, I have to understand that my ego, my opinions, my way to understand problems, they must share, they must confront with other egos, other understanding point of view, and so on. So I have to understand one important thing. The team must win, not me or my friend. The team must win. This is important. That's why we have the teaching number 4. Second unit, marketing of the Made in Italy. How does it work? Products and market categories. The iconic products, so important. Why the coat is the iconic product of Max Mara? Why Max Mara started with the coat? And the iconic products, what do they do to to a brand, to a Griff or a Maison, as we could say. And then the market segmentation and international market positioning. So in the teaching 3, we have the distribution channels, omni-channel, the digital distribution. We will know that during the pandemic times, we stopped as a university. Many companies, they stopped to work, but not the fashion system. They worked as never before because they had to digitalize everything. Digitalize the selling, digitalize the shops, digitalize everything in order to go on with the business. And this is important to understand what all that digitalizing race made to the fashion system and changed the fashion system. Now, in what we can call the new normal, we are never as before. Everything is changed, and the fashion system changed also in a very important way, and from a distribution point of view, from a market segmentation point of view, and so on. Teaching 4. Is there a difference working in a small company, in a startup, or in big corporations? Of course, there are big differences. What are these differences? I mean, if I start to work with some friend of mine in a startup, what do I have to know? And if I'm hired I start working, in a big corporation, from a psychological, economical, communication and marketing point of view, what do I have to know and to understand? Those differences can be very big, and this is why we try to teach in the teaching 4. Third unit, clients and consumers. Let me start with some question about this chart. For example, who are the consumer of the advancing new millennium? What consumer are there and will there be in the new normal that I named before? We have a new normal that lies ahead. That means that we will not go back to the society, the pre-pandemic society. Is it true that the haute couture and even those most luxurious ready-to-wear companies are addressing to the young people, to the so-called Z generation? Is that true? Why do they do that? These questions, together with the fact that now we customers, now we clients are within digital, real, virtual world, mixing all together, this is something that we have to face as a sort of normal reality. We are surrounded by this sort of light blue screen that are together with us in our everyday life. And this is changing our relationships, our friendships, and also our business. So this is what the third unit is trying to explain. This is an Italian great stylist, Gianni Versace, in the 80s, when the fashion system blew up in Italy, and we became the first reality in the world for the pret-a-porter. Not for the haute couture, but yes, for the pret-a-porter. Starting with Versace, Armani, and Ferré. Fourth unit. Yeah, unfortunately, is important to understand economics, finance, and law. People coming from economics, they can take advantage, but people coming from the communication fields, they probably don't know much about economics, finance, and law. And as far as we try to level all the competences, this unit is important. This unit is important in order to understand the fundamentals of legislation, of legislation of production, distribution, and so on. Fifth unit, digital technologies and processes. We have a lot of people coming from university teaching or coming from companies that will teach in this unit in order to explain not only what digital technologies and processes are now, but what they will be in the next future. Of course, for the fashion system. Sixth unit. Brand IULM always explains that we are the university that deals with the communication processes in various aspects. That's why the sixth unit is so packed, let's say, with a lot of teaching. Because we as IULM, we try to face and explain the communication as a whole. So ranging from the study of new communication codes to the analysis of the importance of storytelling, tackling with the new issues in communications. All those things are considered. Even the gaming world, you probably know, or you probably don't know, that important companies, they use the gaming world on internet in order to recruit new customers. Why they do that, how they do that, this is what is taught in teaching 6. And then the main subject of the communication: gender equity, social inclusion, sustainability, and so on. But about the sustainability, about the racism, no, but probably about all that we can call greenwashing, etc., etc. I'm glad to give the floor to Tonucci, to Giulia Tonucci, that is working with me, and she will explain to you the 7 units. Yes?
I think you can keep your screen.
Okay, 7 units. 7th unit.
Just 1 second. Good afternoon, everybody. So as we are running out of time, I will try to be more synthetic as possible. So just 1 second. Okay, as Professor Ferraresi just told, we arrived to the 7th unit. So last but not least, we arrive with our teaching plan to one of the hottest topics of the contemporaneity, which is the sustainability issue. We all know how much fashion was playing just few years ago to be one of the most polluting industry. And the environmental damage is increasing as much as the industry grows too. And because of that, it's increasing the use and consumption of our environmental resources for all the steps of the fashion industry. So along this unit, you will get to know more and better about the steps connected to the sustainable process, such as the production of the style, the making of clothes, their transport, for example, the trade, and finally, their disposal or destruction. Nowadays, many of the fashion brands from the highest and luxury maison, such as, for example, Gucci or Brunello Cucinelli, to the main fast fashion brands as H&M or Zara, are activating several different strategies to become more green. And along this part of the master, we will analyze together all the different aspects of the problem, try to dig beyond the concept of sustainability, and investigating what are the good practices a company puts in place to really play part in the sustainability process. So the main 3 nodes that you are going to face in this unit, as we can see on the slide, will be, first, the greenwashing issues, the unjustified and misleading claims from brands that their products are more environmentally friendly than they really are. We see.
You probably have to share this slide because I don't see any slide.
I ask you if you could keep.
I try, but I cannot because I think that. Nico, is that true?
Oh, I'm sorry for this technical problem. I will try to.
Yes, you have to share your screen.
Oh.
I try to share, but I cannot share from my screen now. I try again.
Yeah, just 1 second.
See? See? Don't know why.
Okay.
Okay, let me try to share again. All right.
Should I?
Maybe I can.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So
This
seventh unit, right.
Exactly. This is the slide of the 7th unit. And as I just told, we are going to see together these 3 main issues about sustainability. The first one is the greenwashing issues. So the fact that many brands, they try to show themselves more sustainable than they really are. So we see this in various ways: outer deception, subtle advertising, and often ambitious claims without full transparency around the actual impact. Then we will see also the second point of this unit. That's about the sustainability technologies, from the production of special textile for the creation of garments, to the implementation of digital technologies, even in the communication, and as well in the presentation of new collections. Of course, we will also discuss this topic through the lens of business model. The company of the fashion and design industry are adopting right now to really change the way to work and have less impact in the use and consume of resources. Sustainable businesses model for a company means to rethink from 0 to 10 its approach to the market and believe in innovation and collaboration. Let's move to the next slide. Thank you. So, what job? This is one of the most important and critical aspects of a degree course and of a master course as well, of course. Our Made in Italy behind the scenes will not allow you to become a designer, for example, and I think this is quite clear. And the job opportunities that will open to you regard mostly all those activities that you can see already on the slide, connected with the communication and marketing and PR roles. But also the master will give you also the analytic competencies to work as a buyer, for example, for a brand, or create your own startup in the creative industry fields. So I think it's better to, because we don't have so much time left, we can move forward. And we arrive to the next slide about the companies involved in the master program. So concerning the corporation and companies involved in the master, here you can see a first list where you will already recognize important names of the Made in Italy, which we are particularly happy to have on board. Some of them will have the opportunity to bring their testimonies, their case histories. Others will be involved because they will be able to accept interns in stage, and others are involved in the actual teaching, so speaking and giving the brief to solve a business problem that will be elaborated in groups through workshop by the students. So students will have also the possibility of a reward, in some cases, from the company itself, if the work done can be implemented in the company, by the company. Okay, so we can move forward. And here, just few information about the closing of pre-registration. As you can see, you can pre-register yourself until September, the end of September 2022. And to subscribe, you can go on this website, servizioonline.iulm.it, and you will find in the next slide our contacts. So IULM Communication School, and you have also the email to contact. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if there is time from
Yes.
time as you call.
Yes, we are over time. I sent a message on YouTube chat with the master email address in order.
Is off.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
I was saying that I wrote the email address of the master here in the YouTube chat in order to allow students to write an email in order to ask more question. And I thank you very much, Professor Ferraresi, and the two coordinators, Mrs. Tonucci and Mrs. Remember her name? And I will introduce Professor Negri, if it is there, just to start with our last presentation for today, which is the Executive Master in Museology, New Media, and Museum Communication. So if Professor Negri will join us, or it will restart, so we'll resume the presentation in a few minutes. Meanwhile, we are waiting for Professor Negri. If you want to add something from your master, you can add. And Professor Negri is not there, so we can wait for a few minutes. And good afternoon once again. We are here with the last but not least presentation. We have Professor Mario Negri, which is Massimo Negri, which is, you have both names, so I think I'm correct. So Professor Massimo Negri, which is the Scientific Director of the Executive Master in Museology, New Media and Museum Communication. He will present for us the Master. So Professor Negri, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Welcome to this presentation. The misunderstanding is due also to the fact that the Dean of the IULM University, the former Dean of the IULM University, is named Mario Negri, which generated some funny episodes from time to time, an alias, an important alias. By the way, I'm the scientific director of this course, as well as the scientific director of a foundation, a Dutch foundation, which is the partner in this initiative. It's the European Museum Academy Foundation based in The Hague. And if you want to have a full view of what we are and what we do, including me as an expert, you go to www.europeanmuseumacademy.eu, as well as www.massimonegri, altogether in small letters, .com. It's a partnership which was already experienced about 10 years ago when we ran together the course in presence. It was called European Course of Europe, so-called European Museology. And from that experience, it jammed this new format, which is now almost 6 years, if I remember well, 5-6 years, which is in operation, and intends to reach, using the online way, the largest possible audience, in the sense to touch every continent, which is actually the fact, because we have students from at the moment from Latin America, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Europe, of course, North America as well. In which sense museums, museology fits within the general context of the IULM University? Some of you have heard perhaps before other presentations, attended other presentations. IULM is a university of communication, started some decades ago as a university of foreign languages, and then enlarged very much its scope. And the main approach to museums in our own master is on the basis, is focused on communication, the process of communication in the museum context. In museums, we witness and we take part, we are part of a complex process of communication, which since the origin of contemporary modern museums has been what we today define the multi-channel communication, in the sense that you have a physical space and architecture which defines the terms of your experience, communicative experience, and we communicate through tangible objects, written text, visual materials, and even sounds or even smells, and sometimes touching. So it's a very intensive process, which in some sense is extremely modern. But of course it has been deeply changed by the impact of the new media, of the new technologies, which has found a fertile ground in the museum field for experimenting. I would like to stress the fact that this course could be useful not only for people who intend or already working in museums or want to become specialists, but for everybody who is interested in heritage in general, in new ways of interpreting and communicating heritage, as well as individuals who envisage a future of their profession or want to change something in the current professional situation, becoming more familiar with a plurality of languages. I give you an example because it's very meaningful of one of our former students who was and is a professor of design at the University of Bangkok. So a professor but he was specialized in design, in graphic design, especially design of logos and corporate image. And he was curious about the world of exhibiting, of exhibitions, wanted to enlarge his skills and the scopes in general terms, but also technically. And so he entered our course and finished, of course, with very good results. And now it is part of his profile, this kind of skills. I just had him a few weeks ago as a partner in teaching a lesson at the Fine Arts Academy of Brera in Milan, just to offer an example. So, by the way, this I felt the need to clarify this because what you learn here is a set of skills that can be employed in not only in the museum field, but in heritage or in tourism or in corporate communication. For instance, the large field of corporate museums, company museums. So it goes beyond the boundaries of what apparently at the first glance could be defined by the term museology. It is online, and it is structured on consists into 7 modules. Each module presents an introduction and a lesson, a video lesson, plus tutorials and readings. And at the end of each module, you are requested to write a short text, an essay, say, following certain instructions that we give from step to step, step after step. And then when it is after it is evaluated, you are allowed to move to the following module. The modules altogether are 7, but the first one is split into 2 parts. So it implies that you fulfill 2 duties. It is open to applicants holding a university degree or a BA, if this is accompanied by a practical documented experience in the field, as it happens, for instance, for people who have been already involved, for instance, as volunteers or occasionally in specific processes or projects. You are requested to submit your CV and a motivation letter illustrating why you want to take this course, and it is and we try to make this process as quick as possible so that you can take the course very shortly after your application and make the best use of your time. The advantage of an online course, online packages, is that you can take them whenever you want in your daily life. You can, and at the pace that you prefer according, or you can afford according to your specific situation. We estimate that in general 1 year is necessary, from 9 months to 15 months, say. It depends. It is, of course, a very flexible program. As I was saying before, you can take the modules whenever you want. Generally, in 1 week, we review maximum 10 days. We review your assignments, so the reaction is very quick, and you can easily pass to the following step. The faculty. Each module has an editor, say, who is a person active or coming from the museum field specifically. So our faculty is based on, I would say, practitioners more than academics, strictly speaking. All of them are provided by the European Museum Academy Foundation, and this guarantees a documented experience and guarantees also that we well know the background of each contributor. We have editors, say, coordinators for each modules from Italy, like me, from the agency, the Cultural Heritage Agency of the Dutch Ministry of Culture, expert in storytelling, in digital storytelling, from again from The Hague. We have an expert in museums and lifelong learning education from Östersund, from the Yamtli Museum. Now he has retired and is director of our foundation. So it's Swedish. Luizo Gabriel, who is the director of the Leventis Art Gallery in Nicosia, in Cyprus. Karl Moore, who is the director of the Bavarian Textile Museum in Augsburg, in Germany, and Wim van der Weyden, creator of Naturalis, the great National Museum of Natural History, in Leiden, Holland. And I have also recently edited the 7th module together with Giovanna Marini, who is a former student of ours, who is now working in a Museum of African ethnographical materials, and it is about sounds in museums. Now let's have a look at each module, the subject. It's a progress, if you want, from a general approach to specific topics. Modules are implemented from time to time with new readings, typically when some text is available online. All the materials needed are included in the package of each, so you don't need anything else apart from your personal interest. Apart from one book, which was written exactly having in mind this kind of format, and it is the book of which you find the bibliographical references and the way to place an order, written by me and Dirk Outgraf. The title is Developing Exhibitions, and it's a technical book about the methodology of developing an exhibition. This is the only text, hard copy, if you prefer, which I strongly suggest, because there is also digital version available, but due to the large use of illustrations and graphic layouts, it's better to have it in paper. By the way, so the first module aims at providing the basic conceptual tools to analyze the exhibition environment. What is the exhibition environment? Which are its pillars, say, its specific features? Because the exhibition environment, which is at the same time the origin and the goal, say, of the end of the process, it has become during the years a mass medium, say, like the others. Exhibitions and museums have in the world growing numbers of attendance, and it has been in some sense inspirational for other sectors. You find some aspect of the logic of communication of the museum environment in commercial places, in airports, even in the tourism industry, and this is due to the fact that it offers you, as we were saying before, a full immersion experience, a five-sense experience. In other terms, is the only mass media that you have to inhabit, to live in, to be fully understood and perceived. And this is a great added value in emotional terms, but as well as in terms of the advancement of knowledge about a certain topic, whatever it is the topic. This is also an aspect that is important, that it suits well to any kind of topics. And the growing of the digital world, say, has also enlarged very much the potential of the museum environment, which was in some sense found its limit in the availability of defined collection of objects. But this aspect, which still is essential to define a museum and is a prerequisite for communicating through an exhibition, but this has been enlarged, this potential and been enormously enlarged by the availability of digital devices as well as digital, say, objects and intangible objects, digital objects. The second point has exactly to do with this, and it is called multimedia communication, heritage and museums, and it is focused on the multimedia narrative, the word about the multimedia applications, that is to say installations, short movies, fiction, as well as documentary, is is a forest, if you want, and is intended to offer you some orientation elements to move into this forest, and especially sources for inspiration. The third module deals with a subject that is always on the table, say, and it is the 21st century museum. In other terms, the most important issue of the museological debate emerged in the latest decades. This is, just to give you an idea, only a few weeks ago, ICOM, the International Council of Museums, has issued the new definition of museums, of what a museum is, after a long debate. And if you look at the history of definition of museum by ICOM, which is affiliated to UNESCO, you can see that more or less every 5-7 years there is the need to redefine what a museum is, which means that the museum sector is much more dynamic than the public imagination is inclined to think of. So this module tries to give you the basic elements to interpret and then to implement by yourself through literature and attending meetings, conferences, and in a more, say, conversational way with other colleagues, what's happening in terms of vision of what a museum is. From this point, it comes the following module, which is about the social role of museums in contemporary society. We had a movement, a shift from the idea of the museum collection focused to the idea of the museum visitors focused, collection oriented to the conception of a museum oriented to the market, to the cultural market. So to the users, the visitors, and especially the users. So not only the visitors who can visit in person the museum, but that great universe who can make use of a museum, for instance, online. So the social role of the museum is the key point of contemporary museology. In other terms, would say that the further inevitable shift was from the museum as a place of preservation and research to the museum, a place of communication and involvement in social issues, a meeting place where process not only strictly speaking cultural or related to cultural heritage take place. A place which has a great potential in terms of socializing, of integration in always more and more varied, segmented and varied panorama of users. Number 5, a practical example, sector, which is art museum as a factor of social and cultural local development. It's a very common situation, especially in Europe, but also in other continents, that art, museum of art, especially in medium-sized or small-sized, is involved in or even created as a factor of local development in terms of tourism and also cultural terms, as inevitability happens. And so this is focused on this, starting from an example which is very successful and very interesting, which is the Leventis Art Gallery in Nicosia, Cyprus, which is also a special environment, as Nicosia is the only one for the moment European town divided into two parts, as it was Berlin for many decades, because one part is occupied by the Turkish army and the other part is run by the Cyprus Republic. Number 6 is the Museum of the Future, and is focused on one aspect, a participatory museum. As long as museums have a growing and become in some sense influencers, and have more and more, especially thanks to the social media, more and more channels of communication with the audience before, during, and after the visit, or even towards an audience that never will have the occasion for a visit, physical visit. The strategy of museum is to open their doors, symbolically also, and trying to find out new ways of involving actively the audience. So the terms a participatory museums means many things. For instance, that is no longer focused only on the educational side and on schools, but it takes the path of one of the agencies of so-called lifelong learning. So dialogue with the adults or elderly people, minorities. So participation, how to give impulse to programs intending, say, to involve the different segments of the audience. And the last, the 7th module that I mentioned you before, sounds in museums. Sounds in museums is a subject which is coming up onto the stage now, due basically to the availability of new digital devices, which allows a more sophisticated use of sounds in the exhibition space. Directional microphones, of course, the smartphones, which are substituting the traditional, although they are still very common, audio guides, and a lot of devices. But at the same time, the availability of a lot of materials, say, digital sounds, so more opportunities for creating sounds or creating narratives. The most evident example, which puts in connection museum with the rest of our life, is podcasting. The podcasting only 3-4 years ago was quite pioneering in the museum field, and now is very, very common for a simple reason, and it is that every museum has a lot of contents. When you have on the scene new digital devices, the main problem is the contents, in the sense that you have to feed, to fuel the channel of communication in terms of images, sounds, words, and so on. And the museums are a repository of an endless series of stories linked to not only to their own story, but to basically to the material they preserve. And so museums have this, have discovered that they are really treasury for plans for podcasting, and this is a totally new field that could be investigated and could give origin to a lot of interesting and original plans. So here our focus is on the potential of sounds in museum as a tool for the development of an exhibition strategy. So we stay close to the core of our business, which is the exhibition. At the end of the course, you are requested to prepare a final assignment. Which is basically follows the format of an article. Like an article, the kind of written text that you are asked to produce when you participate into a congress or a seminar or an international event. The specifications are, of course, written, are detailed. Before starting, you are asked to negotiate the title, to select the subject together with our faculty, with me and my colleagues. It's around 10 pages, say, which means 4,500 words in English terms. And then we give you a deadline for the delivery, and so that there is time for a proper review, and then you have finished. As I was saying before, generally it takes 1 year more or less. It depends on, or a bit, or 15 months or something. It's very rare that it is more than 15 months. I think that's all for the moment. We will we keep you informed also some special events, online special events when are available, especially the ones that our academy organizes, and even in-person events now that the COVID is finished. But this is, say, extra curriculum, but we keep you updated in case you are interested, you have the time, and if it is physically for you easy to join us, because we organize also some seminars, but online, but also in person now. We hope. In the past we had several occasions with the COVID, all this, we've been obliged to stop, but we do hope that in the next future we can offer you also, but I stress this, it is out from the curriculum. It's an extra occasion in case, and of course here we are for any questions also during the course. But as far as I have seen now that it is that this is, if I'm not wrong, the 6th edition, so we had a certain experience. Generally, students are very independent. They can organize themselves, which is not a minor part of the philosophy of the course, which is addressed to people living in the most different contexts, countries with different backgrounds, and also sometimes with their own life already, with engagement, as it happens, students already working or engaged in other courses, full-time courses. The idea is to offer as much as possible a flexible system which allows each of you, if you join this program, to learn on an independent basis and according to your specific needs. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Negri, and thank you all for your kind attention to this last but not least presentation. And we hope to see you as students, or if you have any question for Professor Negri, you can write here right now. And on the other side, we hope to have, as we're saying, as our students next year. And thank you very much for the moment. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.